Greetings from the mysterious dimension of Paranormal M. I'm responding back to a comment that was written perhaps a week ago. Somebody mentioned that they kept noticing during the reading that I would sometimes stop because I would hear bizarre noise, and asked me to share my own ghost stories. Well, here's the deal. You tell me yours, and I'll tell you mine. And I'll also be as bold as to request that you please hit that like button so we can get this video out to more people. Thanks. I saw something my puny brain immediately tried to reject. Have any of you witnessed an unidentified moving object? This happened on the way to EMS class 4 years ago. I've been looking for somewhere to post ever since. I'm hoping to find others who've experienced the same thing. I was driving, my brother was in the passenger seat, reading the assigned chapter for that week out loud. We were coming up on an exit when I saw the thing coming down the eastbound freeway ramp. I have to call it a thing because I've no idea what it was that I saw. It moved so fast. To give an idea how fast, we were about 50 yards away, and I saw it at the same time I heard it zip by. It looked like a ripple, like if you saw a heat distortion but throttling forward. It registered as a momentary blur. I don't have a reference for what I saw, so my brain instantly tried to reject it. It happened so fast I didn't even react, not so much as a what the fuck. I didn't even mention it. I will say this though, traffic was very heavy, and heavy enough that it seems unlikely no one else saw. I'm baffled that it could maneuver at that speed without colliding with other vehicles. I didn't think about it again until the next time we passed by that exit, but even then I thought about it for maybe a second. When we passed by the exit again about a week later, my brother blindsided me. He said, "Bro, we have to talk about that blur." Apparently, he looked up from his book and saw the same thing I did, but his take was a bit different. He claimed he'd been trying to talk to me about it all week, but every time he tried, his whole, train of thought would derail. His take definitely gave me the creeps, though. He believed that whatever we saw was actually trying to make us forget about it. He also said that he'd practiced saying the phrase, "We have to talk about the blur," several times that day just to make sure that we would talk about it. My best guess is that we saw an alien vehicle. I wish I had more to say on that, but that's all I have. If this has ever happened to you, I'd love to hear about it. This still, in a sense, scares the crap out of me. This happened not too long ago, but I'm writing from how I remember the encounter. I'm 28, female, and always have some type of paranormal thing show up once a week. Vary 3 weeks, and so on. As I write this, I'm in Queens, but I live in the Bronx, visiting family. Anyway, sleeping in my bed. Just to give an idea, my room in the Bronx is like a small to kind of medium-sized place. My room is small, but manageable enough to switch it up. My bed is near the window. The bookshelf is near the wall next to the closet and the door into the hallway leading to the kitchen. I have a dresser near my bed and a bigger dress. I only mention that because sometimes it's also where I see odd things. Anyway, it's been around 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning when I felt something going like a crab, moving on top of me in my bed. I wake the heck up thinking it's a family member or a cat, but neither. All I see is a dark shadow of something like a male figure, but a shadow near the less, moving from side to side of the bed. I wanted to move, but I felt like I couldn't for whatever reason. so I just kept my eyes directly at it. It was using its arms like a crab walk on my bed. This happened for a few minutes before I finally woke out of nowhere being able to move, and my half-awake, half-asleep self. I looked all around and went back to sleep. Anyone wondering what that was? Got my guesses. One, it was completely materialized, meaning that it was using a lot of energy. So I couldn't move, which I was beat was fucking purpose to put me in a damn neutral state, but the arms and the body, that does raise questions. I have other experiences, sometimes around the bookshelf where I hear books or small items move, sometimes my dresses where things get knocked into or I hear tapping. The hall basically near the bathroom, where in that experience I heard something in the bathroom. I know because when I am in the dark, it happens, one way or another. But you be the judge of that. Need advice. Urgent, in parentheses. Lately I've been seeing things. I didn't think anything of it till tonight. I constantly hear things moving, things that shouldn't be moving in my home. I hear walking, other stuff like that. Today, as I was getting ready to leave for school, I saw a strange man in the mirror for a split second before he disappeared. I was kind of shocked, but I forgot about it. I go through my day, and it's time to go to sleep. It's normally really hard for me to fall asleep. Tonight was no different. I tried to fall asleep and started having some weird dreams, nightmares even. I woke up and thought nothing of them. Then I tried to go back to sleep yet again. I had another strange nightmare, and this time the same man I saw in the mirror earlier in the day was there. Needless to say, I was more shaken and frightened. I awoke, ran to the restroom to try to calm myself down. Then I tried to go back to sleep. Now, this is the part that's making me write this post. It's as follows. When I was younger, say in middle school, I used to get sleep paralysis almost every night. Seeing things have never been a part of my sleep paralysis until tonight. I had another nightmare, realized I was half awake and paralyzed, something that hadn't happened in years. But this was different. I was seeing things. That man, all I could do was whimper because I simply couldn't move. I was in shock. And then something else strange happened. Felt something enter my body. Some kind of energy. I don't know how to explain it. My whole body shivered as I felt this, and I was having this vision. It was like nothing I've ever felt before. I got extremely cold and, well, even more frightened. I finally got out of the paralyzed state and tried to make sense of things, but I simply can't. I'm just really in shock. I don't know what to do, so I came here. I just want to know if anybody's ever experienced anything similar and how they dealt with it. Thanks. My house is haunted and is getting worse every day. I will be telling these stories like I would if I write it in a diary. It all started in summer of 2010 when I was 5. My family moved to a rather big city in Switzerland. We live in a block building which was built in 2007, so it was fairly new at the time. Ever since I moved into there, I've been experiencing a lot of activity in my home, which is strange as it was just constructed, 2011 to 2014. Every now and then, me and my brother were seeing orbs floating around and transparent people staring at us. I was able to take a picture which I'm unable to upload as the file's like on a 7-year-old hard drive which I accidentally dropped, but I try to explain it. It was a picture of a doorway in my home, The door was open, and in the doorway there was someone, a completely white person. No face, no eyes, nothing, just a white flash in the shape of a person. Keep in mind, I didn't use the flash function for the picture. There was a second picture even more scary. I was 7, really bored. My grandma just picked me up from school in her blue Mazda 3. For no reason, took out my 20FR, $24, MP3 player, which was, had a shitty camera, made a photo of the huge underground garage that we were in. And there was it. At around 7 foot tall, a completely black person. Again, no face or anything except for, eyes. It was standing right in front of my grandma and staring down at her. 2015 to 2018. Me and my brother were seeing a lot of ghosts in the reflection of our windows, especially when studying. But in this time period, nothing more happened. Activities became so rare that I thought the ghosts were gone. 2020 to now. I've been hearing a lot of strange sounds coming from my room. Something even growled at me while I was playing Minecraft on single player. I didn't have my headphone on, so I was trying to listen to my brother who just got called by a call center scammer. And then right behind me, a growl like a werewolf. Still one of the loudest sounds I've ever heard. But I was the only one who heard this. The day before yesterday, 1:15 a.m., midnight. As I'm only 15 years old, I live with my parents, just like any other 15-year-old. So that night I had to take a massive dump. Important note, there's a hallway connecting the kitchen and the bathroom. So, as I just finished taking a dump and washing my hands, my brother, 16 years old, comes bursting into the bathroom and locks the door. He said that he heard a door opening and locked us in so we don't get grounded for staying up so long. But it wasn't my mom, not my grandparents, who live with us, by the way. It was something unexplainable. So 20 minutes have passed. We're still locked in, and I can hear rustling like someone searching my jackets hanging in the same hallway as the bathroom. 30 minutes have passed. I hear footsteps and I'm freaking out. 34 minutes. My brother just unlocked the door and we're trying to make a run for it. Since then, every night I hear footsteps coming from the same room. I need an explanation of what's going on in here. Can't get any sleep from hearing footsteps in the hallway and kitchen. Grew up in a haunted house. I grew up on a farm that was settled by my great-grandfather in the 1800s. To this day, whenever I go back, I, and anyone with me, feel like we're being watched and that we're not welcome. My childhood was filled with terrifying interactions with the paranormal. My closet door would fly open in the middle of the night. My siblings and I would hear banging and voices all night, discuss what we heard in the mornings. On a weekly basis, I would hear this cackling and growling sound getting closer and closer to my bed, eventually hearing it right beside me. Then a feeling like something pushing me into my bed and telling me that it was going to drag me to the pits of hell. I would assume this was sleep paralysis, except for some notable things that happened afterwards. One evening after the threats, I went to my sister's room. My mother was asleep in her bed because she was scared. I walked into her room and a floating head was on her bedpost, turning in circles, making that cackling sound. I went back to my room for a sleepless night. A few nights later, I heard the cackling again, getting closer and closer. I pulled the covers over my head and waited for the inevitable. My sister then screams at the top of her lungs, sending us all running to her room. She had heard the cackling and a ghost of a woman flew into a room right above her bed. Terrifying. I won't get into details unless asked, but we messed around with the Ouija board my parents bought us for some reason, including once when we snuck it into a church, which was the craziest thing I've ever seen. It was like adding fuel to the fire. Eventually, things quieted down after they, got someone in, unsure who, and they determined that there was a portal to hell in the closet. Put some crystals around the house. The house to this day still has that eerie feeling of being watched and the feeling of not being wanted. I've been periodically stalked by entities since. That's ended since I became a Christian. Need help. Shadow figures with eye shine, seen in reflection from my lizard's tank. I don't do drugs or drink, for your information. This is not my first experience with things that have eye shine other than animals. This is not my first time seeing a shadow person. However, this is my first time seeing two shadow people at the same time and with eye shine. This was through my new lizard's tank I just bought yesterday. Needless to say, I flipped out, ran to my parents and brother to come see them. When I came back, they were gone. I was not thinking good at that moment to take a picture or a video. Damn it. But I have this story to share, and I hope someone will at least see this and tell me what the fuck I saw. I just got this new common lizard I saved at work. He or she is both blind in both eyes, and was very dehydrated and hungry. It wouldn't get off my finger the whole day, so my brother just decided to get a tank and keep him. Well, I put its tank together real late last night, and I went to bed. I woke up late for work, but I decided to go ahead and feed and water and check on the little guy. I put my face almost up against the glass to watch him, when on the back of the tank I saw what looked like a shadow moving on the other side of the glass. I ignored it, didn't think anything of it until I saw a quick flash. I tracked it with my eyes and saw it flash a few times, and then it came into focus. I thought I was seeing a cat's reflection on the window that was behind me. Then I could make out a general face shape of what I imagined was a person's face, but it was all smoky shadow. Right where a human's eyes would be were two perfect eye-shine globes. I could tell when it actually looked at me and saw me, it snapped its eyes on me, quickly disappeared from the black glass pane of the tank. That's when the second shadow figure appeared, with its eye shine very bright and clear, almost like it had just walked up. And when it saw me, it started moving its head very, very, very fast back and forth. I couldn't help it, but I started following its eye shine with my eyes. That's when it started moving very fast back and forth. When it had my attention, it literally snapped its eyes onto mine, and I could not look away. I didn't flinch or move at all. That's when I freaked out and ran for my family to see. Wanted to see if they could see this too. When I got the shadows were gone along with their eye shine. To me, it almost felt like I was the creature in the tank being watched. Freaky feeling. It's been bothering me all day, and any time I see a reflection anywhere, I'm always looking just in case I can see those things again. The night my grandfather passed. Whenever my grandfather would come into my house, I was 11 at the time, he would wash our dishes simply because he liked to. It gave him something to do. The funny thing about this was that he wasn't very good at washing the dishes. They would always have a soapy taste and a residue on them after he was done. We knew he liked to do it, so we never stopped him. Just kind of dealt with it. Moving forward to the night that he died, he passed at 6:20 p.m. The next morning at exactly 6:20 a.m., the dishes crashed. He hadn't been over to our house for quite a few months, since he was hospitalized for a while before his passing. My family all went downstairs and just brushed it off as a coincidence and went back to bed. Well, I woke up at around 9 a.m., freezing cold. I still had the events from 6 a.m. on my mind. I went downstairs and stood right at the sink and just stared at the dishes. All of a sudden, I felt a rush of warmth starting at my toes and eventually making its way all the way up to my head. I knew he was there with me. I could just feel it. I started to make breakfast, pouring cereal, milk into a bowl, and I couldn't believe it. My cereal tasted soapy. It had to be a sign from him, as he hadn't washed her dishes in months. I know that this isn't something entirely too active, but it has stuck with me to this day and I think about it often, so I figured it was worth sharing. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 1. I live in a very small town, right on the edge of a very popular wooded area that attracts a number of paranormal investigators every year. There's been multiple stories of weird things that go on in those woods. Black-eyed girl, Pigman, cult activity, weird cemeteries, alien sightings. Most of the locals have witnessed something weird go on in those woods, which has widely been reported. But I wanted to talk about a few experiences I've had from living in the town first. I'll start with the experiences from my parents' house. So my town is an ex-miner community. Most of the town is now built on top of old mines, including my parents' house. My parents' house is, in my opinion, 100% haunted. There's certain parts of the house I won't go into on my own. So let's start from the beginning. We moved into this house back in '99. Little things would happen, like things would go missing and turn up in weird places, but nothing major. But things started to pick up over time. One night my dad used to believe there was no such thing as ghosts. He was up late doing paperwork. He heard footsteps on the stairs, thought it was my mom coming down. After they reached the hallway, they stopped. He thought this was a bit odd and was about to get up to see what was going on. That was when his glass of wine slid across the entire dining room table and smashed up against the wall. Another experience my dad had was when he fell asleep on the sofa and said that he was thrown, quote-unquote, across the room. And on top of that, he heard a man's voice tell him to go to bed. Personal experience that I've had in that house include seeing an apparition of some old-style boots walk behind me in the mirror, footsteps and voices heard in the hallway and dining room at night. The whole family's seen things move across tables and the fireplace. The things that creeped me out the most is that we've all seen the face of a man appear in the living room window. The front of my parents' house is a very long driveway, so we know it's not just somebody walking past. We've all seen it, including visitors to our house, and everyone has described it in the same way. The one experience that sticks with me the most is the time I was washing the dishes in the kitchen. It was pitch black outside, but all the kitchen lights were on, and you could see into the hallway. I saw the reflection of what I thought was my dad walking past me. I even felt somebody walk past behind me. Carried on walking into the next room, which is a downstairs toilet. I started talking to him and thought it was a bit rude that he didn't answer me. I then walked into the living room to find my dad sitting there. I asked him why he didn't answer me, and his response was that he hadn't moved from the living room all night. But I know I saw a man walk past me. The room that creeps everyone out, the dining room. This room is an extension onto the house, and there is an archway connecting to the next room. There's something about this room and that archway that unsettles everyone. This is where a lot of the apparition activity has been spotted, including shadows, footsteps, and just a general unsettling feeling. I've always experienced someone tapping on the window from the outside of the dining room while I was home alone. The outside of the window is the garden, which is only accessible through the back door of the house. There's so many experiences that I want to talk about which happened in my hometown. I feel like this could be a few parts. I just want to point out that I've been on a few local ghost hunts and have met a few mediums. They've all said I'm a sensitive, which is apparently someone who isn't psychic, but is apparently able to see and hear more than the average person, which honestly would explain a lot, because I've witnessed a lot of weird things. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 2, The Little Girl. I visited my parents' house this evening for dinner, which reminded me of a few more experiences that I'd had in the house which I'd missed out on my last post. So back when I was 18, I worked nights. I came home at 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning with my now fiancé. We used to work together, which is how we met. We were always super quiet in the morning because everybody else would still be in bed. We went straight into the kitchen as usual, clicked on the kettle to make a post-work brew before bed. I also forgot to point out my last post, that the very active dining room is the room attached to the kitchen, so you walk through it to enter the kitchen. Myself and my partner were quietly chatting away when we heard footsteps in the hallway which entered the dining room and abruptly stopped. We both heard as clear as day a woman start laughing. We both whipped our heads around thinking it would be my mom, but obviously there was no one there. Everybody else in the house was still asleep and in bed. The following evening when I woke up, I spoke to my mom about what had happened in the kitchen. She told me that she had also experiencing, just weird things going on in the house that week. At this point, we were used to the spirit of the man that lived in our house. But this was something else. It felt sinister. The following weeks brought some odd activity in the house, and the rest of the household on different occasions heard a little girl skipping and laughing in the hallway. Female whispers and crying could also be heard in the night. My mom went to see a friend after this who's a psychic. She explained to my mom that this little girl had come into contact with her while in the local town. The girl had taken a liking to my mom, decided to follow her home. It was the first time somebody had come to see this psychic about this girl. Apparently she had followed a few people home. We decided to get the house cleansed to send this girl actually home. However, the male spirit that we have nicknamed John still remains in the house to this day. Although the spirit of the girl has now left the house, there's something very unsettling about it being there. That atmosphere at the time changed in the house, and everyone seemed on edge. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 3, The School and the Pub. Back in the day, I had a friend who lived next door to the local high school. I stopped over one night and refused to step foot in his house again. Bit of a backstory. The school was built in the early 1900s. It's got a lot of history to it. I attended this high school growing up, just like nearly everyone in the town did. There were rumors of it being haunted, but most of the time everybody just put it down to being a stupid story. Ouch. Under the school was a number of tunnels. They were originally built due... Gecko. Under the school was a number of tunnels. They were originally built due to the Second World War as safety precautions. The tunnels are still used to this day for storage. The story goes that one of the students was murdered in the tunnels by a group of teenagers. However, I've never really been able to find any truth to this story. So, back to my friend's house. The layout of his house was very strange. It used to be a pub back in the early 1900s. We were upstairs in his room just talking. It was about 1 a.m. and it was just the two of us in the house. All of a sudden, through his bedroom window was a flash of light. This obviously caught our attention, so we peered out the window. Directly out of his window, you could see the assembly hall of the school. For some reason, all the lights were turned on. I looked at him as if to say, "What the fuck's going on?" He said to me, "Just wait, you'll hear the singing in a minute." Lo and behold, we heard muffled singing coming from the hall. Carried on for about a minute and then abruptly stopped, and all the lights switched back off in the school. I asked him what the hell that was, and he replied, "It happens fairly often. I've gotten used to it." We put a film on to calm my nerves as to what had just happened. Around an hour had passed, and we heard footsteps from outside his bedroom door. It went eerily cold in his room. The pacing outside his door continued for just a minute and then stopped. I was terrified at this point, but he didn't look bothered by it at all. I told him to explain to me what on earth was going on. He said to me, "This house is haunted by 5 ghosts. The old lady who walks back and forth in the driveway, who you can see through the kitchen window. She wore a scarf around her head and had a hunched back. The lady with no teeth would just stare at you, smile, then disappear. And the 2 children who could be heard laughing and playing together." He said that he was used to seeing them all, and they were all harmless. He then paused, took a breath, and said, "And there's one that we call the tall man. He was the one outside the door. He would only appear when renovation was being made on the house. He didn't like change, apparently, and he would make that known. Rooms where renovation was taking place would become freezing cold constantly. It didn't matter how warm the rest of that house was. That particular room would be stone cold, and things in the room would get thrown around at night. And someone could be heard pacing and stomping angrily about. The reason he was called the tall man was because of, well, obvious reasons. My friend said he had seen him twice, and he was nearly 7 feet tall. Period clothing, wearing a top hat. After that night, he did say to me that he was unsure why he had made an appearance that night. There was no renovation work taking place after all. At least when I'd stopped there. We both got obsessed with trying to find out the history of that house, but couldn't find anything apart from the fact that it was an old pub. I wouldn't go back to that house after that night, and every time I would walk past the house on my way to school, I would get anxious and refuse to look at it. The town has a number of pubs, 2 of which are from the 1700s and still in use today. These 2 pubs are particularly very haunted. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 4, The 4 Crosses. The Cross Keys. The former coaching inn was built way back in 1746. It still stands and functions as a pub today. The infamous local serial killer, William Palmer, who poisoned a number of people. He was said to be a regular, and there's a story of him poisoning one of his possible victims in that pub. The pub is known for cold spots, people's drinks moving, voices and footsteps in the cellar, and numerous accounts of shadow people. William Palmer was eventually caught and was hanged for his crimes. It is his spirit that people believe still haunts the and wanders the pub. The Four Crosses. If you've ever been on the hunt for a truly terrifying experience, the Four Crosses is the place to go. Declared as one of the most haunted pubs in Britain, the Four Crosses was built in the 17th century and again is still used as a pub today. There's reports of a round-head soldier from the Civil War who's spotted in the ladies' toilets, as well as a woman called Emily who constantly cries. One of the locals from the early 2000s is said to have never left the pub after he died. A young man in the garage who committed suicide is also still used to be residing there. The most common ghost is that of a little girl, who is seen often in the downstairs bar. People report this as being a black-eyed girl from the local woods, but from my personal experience, it is not her. The Four Crosses hosts ghost hunts on a regular basis, one of which I attended a few years ago. We got started on our night with the usual tour of the building. This is before splitting off into smaller groups. About 6 of us were sitting in one of the bedrooms asking the usual, "If there's anyone here, make yourself known," sort of talk. And after a few minutes, the TV came on in the room and lit the whole room up with a static white noise. This obviously shit us all up. After a few seconds, it switched back off again. Upon investigation, we found the TV wasn't even plugged in. Now there's cows. None of us had a logical explanation as to how this had happened. We moved our investigation into the attic of the building. And just a bit more history for you here. The wood beams in the attic were originally beams taken from a ship, so the wood beams are older than the building itself. This was told to us after a couple of people in my group, myself included, said that we felt a bit of motion sickness. Apparently, it was a regular occurrence in that room. So we got out the Ouija board to see if we could contact anybody. And we did. We started talking to this little girl. She was scared, felt alone. She was trying to find her mother. She spelled out her name to us. Emily. Not the woman who's supposed to, meant to be seen crying. We asked if she was buried in the cemetery across the road. She said yeah. Few people went over to the cemetery and actually found the grave of the little girl named Emily. Throughout the night, we conducted a number of investigations where we heard whispers and creaks and odd noises. As we came to the end of the night, we placed a torch on the table. We asked Emily to turn it on, to which it lit up extremely bright. This was actually caught on video, to see if I can find it. Everyone seems to have a story about the Four Crosses. It's extremely haunted. One of the most active ghost hunts I've been on. It's close to the local woods, but people are unsure if they're connected. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 5. Castle Ring. As I edge ever so closer to talking about the infamous woods, I thought I'd talk about one of the oldest locations in the town, which lies just on the edge of Chase Castle Ring. Castle Ring was originally thought to be back in the Iron Age. Although there's no defined date, the area is believed to be over 2,000 years old. Unfortunately, only the perimeter groundwork is there today. During the 12th or 13th century, a hunting lodge was built, the foundations of which are still visible. Rich in history, this small hill fort has a lot of stories behind it, from UFOs to werewolf sightings to the spirit of a nun, and always my own personal experiences of the place. So let's get into it. Back in 2004, A local was driving past the car park that lies at the bottom of the castle ring. This is when he spotted a hair-covered humanoid figure that crosses the road. Shocked by what he was witnessing, he slowed his car down and attempted to take a photo. He was quoted as saying that it was about 7 feet tall with short, shiny dark brown hair, a large head, had eyes that glowed bright red. The spirit of the nun is often seen near Castle Ring where the locals would collect water. I was unable to find her backstory. People are unsure if she drowned here, was murdered, or is just somehow connected to the area. The abandoned windmill that lies just up the road from Castle Ring also has a sad backstory. Local folklore suggested that this windmill was built on an old pagan burial ground, which would suggest why it's so active. 2 children also suffocated in a flour silo, who are still reported to be active in the area to this day. The legend tells of a tall black shadow-like figure that was spotted as the children suffocated, which is probably the same shadow humanoid that was seen back in 2004. Earlier this year, while stuck on lockdown, I decided to take the dog for a walk as part of my daily, allowed out once a day for exercise thing. I hadn't been up to Castle Ring for years, but I thought it would make a nice change to my usual walk. It was raining, so I knew hardly anybody would be out. I parked up and noticed my car was the only one there. I didn't think much of it as this year has been a whole load of weird. I started walking around the perimeter on the allocated path. The path dipped into more of an enclosed wooded area. I started to feel very uneasy. I took out my headphones as something didn't feel right. My eyes started darting left and right as I felt like somebody was watching me. My dog, who loves everyone and everything, started snarling and barking at something in the woods. At this point, I decided to go straight back to the car. I picked up the pace and walked back on myself, just constantly looking around. Out of the corner of my eye, something caught my attention. I snapped my head back around to catch what looked like a black shadow darting behind one of the trees. I ran back to my car and drove as quick as I could away from that area. I now remember why I hadn't been up there in years. The last time I was up there myself and a couple of friends witnessed strange-looking lights in the sky. The whole area just made me feel uneasy, and even thinking about it gives me chills. I know I'm not the only one to have experienced weird things go on up there. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 6. The Black-Eyed Girl. Thought it was about time I spoke about the woods. Stretching for 30 miles, Cannock Chase truly is a stunning place to go in the day. If you're stupid enough to wander up there in the night, make sure you don't go alone. However, just because you go in the daytime, don't think the light will protect you. The spirits and demonic entities of the chase are known to make an appearance throughout the day. In the 60s, 2 girls between the age of 5 and 6 were murdered. Their bodies were found on part of the chase that is now known as Birch's Valley. This bit of history is important, so keep it in mind. Let's get into it. The most famous spirit that haunts the chase is that of the Black-Eyed Girl. She doesn't appear very often, but when she does, it causes a media storm. Back in 2014, a local was flying his drone over a dense wooded area of the Birch's Valley. It was there he captured what looked like a girl with black eyes floating between the trees. Footage is available on YouTube, by the way. It had just been 30 years since the last sighting of this girl, but no one knows why there was such a long gap in between the sightings. When sightings take place, a piercing scream of a girl can be heard. People flock toward the noise thinking a child is in danger. No older than 10, the girl is known to stand there with her hands covering her eyes. She will then lower her hands to reveal the coal-black pits that she has for eyes. Within the blink of an eye, she will disappear back into the woods. Every person that's witnessed her is given the same account. She does the same thing over and over, and she'll also only appear in the daytime. So the murders that I was on about at the beginning of this post. Some people believe that the black-eyed girl is the spirit of one of these little girls. It is said that around the time of the murders, another 7-year-old girl went missing, but her body has never been found. And just a bit more to add to this story that's slightly more close to home. Around 15 years ago, my father-in-law was driving back from work. He drove through the Chase, just as many people do every day of their commute. He drove down the very long stretch of road through Birch's Valley. He looked in his rearview mirror to see 2 very young girls sitting in the back of his car. He slammed his brakes on, swerved his car, came to a stop, and checked the back seat again. Nothing. The girls had disappeared. He explained to me in much detail that the girls, well, what they looked like, from the color of their hair down to the clothes they were wearing. He is convinced to this day that the spirit of those little girls who were murdered had made their way into his car. The Chase is covered in paranormal activity, from the demonic Pigman to the copious amounts of spirits reported to have been seen. I love going up there for the beauty of the area, but it always feels as if I'm being watched. The town is just as haunted as the woods. Part 7. The Pigman. Local folklore talks about a horrendously creepy-looking creature that stalks people of the Chase. Ask a local about the Pigman. They'll smile and tell you the story as if it's just a ghost story to tell children. Ask them to go into depth of Cannock Chase, and you'll see the look of horror that takes over their face. The story goes that a woman who was accused of witchcraft became pregnant. She didn't want to bring shame on her family by having a child out of wedlock, so she went deep into the woods to give birth. That's when her child was born. It was horrendously disfigured, supposedly due to the corruption of her practicing witchcraft. She offered her child up to the Woodland in hopes that she would be forgiven for the evil that she had done. It's said that she returned to the village where she soon died from a flu-like illness, taking her secret about her child to the grave with her. A few years later, people started to report a humanoid-like creature that had facial features that resembled a pig. He would watch the children from the village while he stood in the tree line sulking. After a number of children went missing, livestock had just been gruesomely killed, thrown about the farmland. The village soon became abandoned and reclaimed by the woods. Centuries went by when the local scout club was camping over the Chase, close to where the abandoned village was. The scout leader recalled the story of the Pigman. He told the scouts that if they sing a certain song, Pigman would appear. So they all stood around the campfire and summoned Pigman. He's said to have appeared and murdered all of the group apart from one boy. From that day, the Pigman's been known to roam the woods once again. Now, there's absolutely no proof to back this story, which is why a lot of people state it as folklore. However, there's been numerous accounts of people seeing a man that stands on the tree line with unusual facial features. People have gotten close enough to see his demonic mutated face. It's then that he will run, go back off into the tree line, making a blood-curdling high-pitched noise described as a pig squeal. Unusual footprints have been found in the area, yet no one can work out what animal it's meant to belong to. There's been a number of people that report that in the evening, just as the sun is going down, as the chase is quiet and calm, a distant high-pitched pig squeal can be heard from deep in the woods. Kennick actually has a large number of pagans that live in the area. It's something that's always seemed to have a bit of a part of this town. However, it's a well-known fact that the cults and those who delve in dark witchcraft have practiced on Kennick Chase. Could the Pigman be a result of witchcraft? Or is this entity something else entirely? The town is just as haunted as the woods. The Gaskin's murder. I've taken a couple of days away from this, but I think it's about time I get back on another post. This will probably be my last post about the Kennick Chase. I still have more stories about the chase, but those are more UFO related. Today I wanted to delve into Gaskin's Wood. Part of the chase that lies between Hednesford Hills and Kennick Chase. This small wooded area has a sorrowful backstory. Back in the First World War, a couple lived close to the woodlands. The husband went off to fight, and the wife was left at home. Months later, letters stopped coming. The wife believed her husband had died at war. She moved on and started a relationship with one of her neighbors. She soon fell pregnant. The husband suddenly returned home from war. And upon finding out about his wife being pregnant, he murdered her in a fit of rage. It is said that he dragged her body out into the garden, left her rotting there for 2 days while it snowed. He then took her to the woods where he chopped her up into tiny pieces, scattering her body. Eventually, after she was reported missing, he confessed to his crimes. The police were unable to locate her. The husband agreed to show them where she was. He took them to part of the woods where the water container was, of which he showed the police her head. He had stuffed it between the water container and a pipe. The rest of her body was never found. The woods is named after her murder. Their last name was Gaskin, hence Gaskin's Wood. This part of the woods is a popular area for teenagers to camp, and I spent a number of weekends over there when I was younger. I used to cut through these woods on my way home, and always felt on edge walking through there. Sometimes I would run, though, just to get through the woods quicker. The one night myself and a group of friends camped up there. We were pretty loud that night. We were all just having a laugh, being usual teenagers. As the night drew on, we all eventually retired back to our tents. Around 4 a.m., we were woken by the noise of a woman wailing and crying around the campsite. A couple of us got out of the tent to see what was going on. Nothing. We stood about reassuring each other that we weren't going mad, that we were all hearing it. It was quiet. The air went still. No birds, no rustling of trees from animals, nothing. It was eerie. That's when my friend went pale, his eyes looking straight behind me. He whispered, "What is that?" We turned around to see a woman, battered and bruised, wearing a white nightdress, crying. But the thing that made us all stand there in shock and unable to speak was the fact that we could see right through her. And just like that, she vanished, right in front of us. Safe to say, we quickly packed everything up and were home by 6 a.m. It's been around 10 years since I've stepped foot in that part of the woods. Couldn't pay me to spend a night there again. My great-gran came to say goodbye. Back when I was 13, my great-gran became very poor. She was 93 at this point, and she'd had an amazing life, but unfortunately she was suffering from cancer. At this point, she was in the hospital, and on end-of-life care. We knew she was going to die, and we were trying to make her as comfortable as possible. The one night I woke up suddenly and sat up in bed. I remember seeing my alarm clock and it said 3:04 a.m. At the end of my bed, I saw my great-gran. She was holding hands with my great-granddad, who had died 40 years previously. She was holding a bouquet of flowers in the other hand, and she was smiling. She came to say goodbye. I woke up the next morning thinking about how weird the dream I'd had was and how detailed it was. After brushing this dream off, I went and I spoke to my mom about it. She went pale as I explained in detail what I dreamt about. She told me that she had the exact same dream. She remembered the clock in her room saying 3:03 a.m. My great-great-grandparents were both wearing and doing the exact same thing in both of our dreams. At this moment, the phone rings. It was my granddad. He's been crying, but clearly trying to hold it all together for the sake of the phone call. My great-gran had passed away overnight, 2:57 a.m. To this day, I'm convinced that it wasn't a dream, and in fact, the spirits of my great-grandparents who came and visited myself and my mom, just to say goodbye. Someone living in my house with me. Long but creepy. The house I grew up in was haunted. There's many stories from all my family, and from the previous homeowners and even the people before them. Well, the house had issues. A lot of people refused to go back after visiting just once. So with that, and just how old it is, no one wanted to buy it when my dad put it up for sale in 2011. In 2014, my fiancé and I took it over. Well, apparently during those 3 years that the house was on the market and empty, it wasn't empty. Someone broke in and took up residency. We were both package handlers for UPS in Louisville, Kentucky. This house was in New Albany, which is like 10 or 12 minutes away. That's in Indiana. We both worked the late night shift and rode together. So at 2300 hours, we'd leave the house and get back around 0500 or 0530. Literally the second day we had gone to work after moving in, it happened. We walked in the front door. I went to the bathroom, which was after the kitchen. The kitchen also had a door, but didn't have a deadbolt, just a twisted knob-type lock. I walk in the bathroom and it smells like shit. The faucet's on, and I thought my fiancé left it on. I call her to the bathroom and I say, "Hey, what the fuck? Did you leave this on?" The faucet was on, and it wasn't a small drip. It was as if someone were washing their hands. Suddenly I noticed it. After I turn the water off, I'm standing in the doorway of the bathroom. She is standing in front of me, but in the middle of the kitchen, with the kitchen door behind her. The door is wide open, and I somehow don't even notice it. She thought I had opened it to go take out the trash, but when we got home, I went directly to the bathroom. At this point, I told her to get behind me. I unholstered my pistol, 'cause yeah, I carry. I went out back, walked around, saw nothing. I locked the door and went back in and checked the house. Found old food, bottles, shit stains, and it reeked of urine, all upstairs in my sister's old room. 2 days later, we get back from work. The back door is wide open again. This time, I think it was just to get their stuff. I think we almost caught them 2 nights prior, and that's why the faucet was on. What's incredibly creepy, though, is that literally the very next day after work, right across the street from my house, was this homeless person. They were pushing a shopping cart with a blanket and a trash bag. This person had a very creepy mask on, and they were watching the house. When my car light hit them, the person started to move it, but very slowly. I still wonder if they were studying our hours. Didn't matter, though. The same day, I went and bought multiple locks for each door. Something, not someone, verbally threatened me. When I was either 4 or 5, I was alone and asleep in my bedroom. I slept on a bunk bed, but my half-brother only lived with us every other weekend, so he wasn't there. I was completely knocked out. Then I started to wake up, but my eyes remained closed. I remember hearing my heartbeat fading, but with every heartbeat, I saw pulsing black and red. I was trying to completely wake up, but after maybe a minute, I took a huge breath and opened my eyes. It was still dark outside, and I was breathing incredibly heavy. I was sleeping on my side. I was about to raise my head and look at my closet behind me. As a kid, I hated my closet because the door wouldn't close. It would close just enough to leave maybe a 2-inch dark gap. Remember, I'm in my bunk bed, about 5 feet high. The bed is parallel to the wall, and the ladder's on the front of the bed. My head rests right in front of the ladder. My closet is maybe 6 feet away, but along that same wall. So suddenly, I wake up, go to raise my head, turn to look at the closet, make sure it's still as closed as possible. Immediately as I start to turn my head, a voice from directly behind my head says, "Stop, don't turn around." I start to turn my head a little more. The voice then said, "If you look behind you and see along the lines of the wall, you'll be dead and hanging on your back wall." As a stupid 4 or 5-year-old kid, at this point I'm terrified but turn my head really fast to face this voice. And nothing. Got out of bed to turn my TV and light on, and just sat there in terror for the rest of the night. It's been 21 or 22 years, and I still see it so clearly. My small experiences yet to stop. So it was end of afternoon, I believe. I went to the basement, which was accessible from the outside instead of the inside. There was a single bulb, which can be turned on after a set of stairs with a rope or a cord. This basement was mainly empty, made of a concrete floor with wooden walls. There was this one couch. This couch projected a shadow because of the light, but suddenly when I looked, another shadow appeared. This shadow was the figure of a man. It was a figure on the floor, like if something was standing there, but obviously nothing was. I was scared. But it gets worse. It started running toward me. Have you ever had a shadow run toward you? Because I see nothing. I'm on the stairs. I have a door which is easily blocked by anything. I'd almost bash the door for it to open, which I always hated the basement. Never went again. Each time I left my house, there was also a garage. It wasn't ours, but was right next to our property. My friend's dad owned the garage. There was a glassless window, in which was always pitch black, even in daytime. From this window, you could hear something. My name is Zachary, and every time I would walk past it, I heard Zach, 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 Zach in the wind. Not just once, many, many times. And today is not any better. Lately, I've done a spirit box session, which I received answers to, but very clear. So that's to take it very lightly. What did I do in a session? Well, I'm chilling in bed, and occasionally, once every 3 weeks or so, I'll feel something. Like a person climb on my bed. Not just a little weight, no. The bed literally feels and also makes the sound of someone laying down on it. It happened to me approximately 4 times. There was also this time when me and my sister were home, but my parents were gone for a while. And we both at the same time started to feel chills, started to feel worried. My sister also mentioned that she heard the first night "Get out." I've seen shadows in my room, but not a lot of them, only 2 since we're here. So it could be anything. The Girl in the Cemetery. When I was 17, I'm 24 now, I visited a cemetery at night with a small group of friends. We were just going to look at the graves, give a little love to the graves that looked like maybe no one visited them anymore, maybe because they were from so long ago. We were not going there to hurt anything or mess around with the graves because we were, well, most of us still are, very spiritual, otherwise known as not religious. I'd always liked cemeteries, and I feel kind of at peace when I'm in one, so I was very comfortable there and relaxed. I think that may be why what happened at all. I was following near the back of the group, lingering on some graves to read. Seeing what was written, that's when everything for me goes blank. The rest of what happens is what my friends told me about hours later. "This one's mine," I called to the next nearest person in my group. He turned around to laugh and tell me to quit playing around when he stopped. I shouldn't have died, really. It wasn't my fault. "What do you mean?" he asked, getting my other friends to stop and walk back to me. "Well, you see, I was playing in the barn with the kittens and a man came in with a gun and bang!" I don't think they would have believed I wasn't the one speaking if the voice, well, hadn't been so much different pitch and had a very, very country accent. I don't know why he did it. He's my daddy's best friend. For the next 2 hours, I led them around the cemetery pointing at graves and telling them about the people buried there like I knew them. One of my friends had her phone out, used as a flashlight and record everything I was saying so they could face check when we went back to the house that we were staying at. Eventually I stopped again, frowning at a headstone. "This is my brother. Got to live a long, long life. It's not fair. I want to live too." This is what I said, and I stopped my foot before just collapsing on the ground. I didn't wake up until I got home that night. I remember I had the worst headache of my whole life. My friend showed me the video. Then we all looked up as much as we could on the internet to see if I'd been right. I was right about everything except one thing. The grave I'd collapsed on top of hadn't been the brother of the girl who had supposedly possessed me. He had been the son of her father's best friend, the same best friend who said that she had shot her. Never been back to that cemetery since. Afraid of a little girl won't be the one to possess me this time. New house. Both me and my brother experienced this. I was around 6 or so. My brother was about 10. We had just moved to a council flat where the previous tenant had passed away from old age. So this was like 1997. Before we moved in, my parents got everything in the house sorted, furniture and such put into place. Me and my brother shared a room, and on the first night when we were asleep is when we had our first paranormal experience. I won't say ghost, because the way this ends may say otherwise. About 2 a.m, we both woke up to our TV bedroom flickering on and off to static. The main light in the room flickered, and the furniture cupboards and drawers opening and closing. This wasn't quiet at all. We were both so startled and scared and genuinely screaming for our parents. After about 15 seconds or so of no response from them, we ran out of the room to our parents' room. We found them in bed. The weird thing was the cold. We were pushing them and screaming right next to them, but they didn't wake up. They were both so cold. The last thing I remember of that night was looking to the hallway through my parents' bedroom door. There was just white light. That was it. My brother can't remember looking through the door, so it seemed only I could see the light. Me and my brother then woke up from our beds at around 8 a.m. in the morning or so. That's after my brother woke up in a panicked state. Looking at each other, and we talked about it. As we talked about it, we knew it happened. We ran to our parents' room again and woke them up to tell them what happened while crying out of fear. We never did find out what happened or what was the cause. We stayed at my grandma's house for a week or so before going back and having no real problems. At least, not to that scale. My dad was a huge skeptic of the paranormal, but even he experienced the weird footsteps in the hall on occasion, the weird figure in the front of the bathroom door at the end of the hallway. We were and still are a poor family with health problems, especially on my mom's side. So there wasn't so much we could do. It never bothered us much other than the weird sounds and the sights every so often. This still happens to this day for them. I've since moved out with a friend. Me and my brother are still adamant on what happened that first night, but we still don't know what happened in the end, or how we ended up back in bed. This may be a ghost story, or for all we know, an alien abduction. We have no clues and no ways to find out. They just walked into the door and disappeared. My parents were both born in Poland, but they met and had children in Canada. My mom's house was out in the farmlands, but my dad's house was in a small town with a huge amount of history, Sandomierz. The house he grew up in was a small house to begin with, but throughout had so many additions that it now resembles a small mansion. The house is also very poorly insulated, so the stairwell, the basement, the attic, and all the hallways were usually freezing cold in the winter. Only the bedrooms have a radiator in them to maintain heat. The house has 3 main floors that are often used, and an attic with a fireplace in it. An attic? Anyway, it really is a beautiful house. I always visited in the summertime, and my sister and I slept on the top floor, just below the attic, which was empty during the summer, since my grandparents rented the floor out to students during the school months. I usually spent my summers there with my sister, but with her own schooling getting more demanding with age, we tended to stop visiting as often, spent our summers in Canada. I signed up for a teaching retreat when I was 18, which would give me all of my required volunteer hours for high school. I took an extra year of high school. I would get to go to Poland to teach English to students in Krakow. I would spend 1 week in my dad's hometown visiting my grandparents, then drive out to Krakow the next day the retreat started. So I was given the top floor to sleep in, alone in a very big, cold house. You may remember how I mentioned I have a friendly and lonely presence following me around. Well, I was there and I didn't feel them. I felt strangely alone, or being watched in a cold way. The day of the retreat, I woke up and showered. Then after putting my clothes on, I turned the open door. This bathroom door is one of those fogged glass windows at eye level. You can't see anything really other than shapes and shadows through it. You know the kind. I reach for the handle, and before I get a hold of it, I see a tall figure approach quickly. Not taking steps, but just getting closer without bobbing up and down. It's an old house, so I wouldn't be able to hear footsteps. I didn't. Then the door rattles with a loud bang and the figure's gone. Now this happened really fast, all within the second of me grabbing for the handle and looking up through the window when I saw the figure. I thought maybe my dad's fucking with me. We usually play stupid pranks on each other, so I opened the door quickly, ready to catch him. Nothing. Nobody. Not even footsteps running away. Just a really weird feeling of confidence in the air. Not my confidence. Still trying to find a rational explanation for this, I walk over to the stairwell thinking, maybe he's just that fast. And I hear a mid-conversation with my 90-year-old grandparents. All the other people in the house in the middle of the, heated conversation. Most Polish conversations are, by the way. Starting to feel like my brain was short-circuiting because this just didn't make sense. I ran through all the rooms, checking every curtain, window, closet. Maybe somebody broke in. Maybe a bird flew through the window and into the house, even though the windows were closed and it was clearly human in shape. Anything to not believe it, because it really just felt unfamiliar and sinister. I later learned from the neighborhood that the entire neighborhood was built on top of a very old and demolished graveyard. There is a friendly woman presence, and it used to try to play tricks on me, but now just hangs out with me. My mom's house always felt a little bit off. Not in a necessarily unsettling way, but in the way you never felt like you were alone. I've always been the silent and more observant type, so maybe that's why she targeted me out of my family. Never had a real definite feeling for her at first. Just this, someone staring at me right now kind of a feeling, which always forced me to push my back up against a wall in the living room and stare out at all the house. One time a bird flew into the window as I was doing this, but that could have nothing to do with it, right? It really started to get bad after I watched Paranormal Activity, the first one. I feel like she follows me around and feeds off my emotions. I saw this movie at my sister's boyfriend's house. Couldn't sleep that night when I got back home because I felt that feeling like, your friend's gonna jump at you just around the corner. You just don't know when. Well, I exited my bedroom the next morning to find everybody had left, and I was home alone. Wanted to go to the bathroom, but then suddenly heard one of the metal kitchen chairs sliding against the stone floor in the kitchen downstairs. I stopped and called out to my family again. No one answered. I went downstairs, only 3 steps. It's a small house. I saw one of the chairs slide back and make the same noises as I heard from my bedroom, that metal against stone sound. Nobody was there. Doubled back into my bedroom, blocked the door with my body weight, sat there until my parents came home, then rushed out to use the bathroom. After I moved out, that's when I felt her following me. That's also when I felt her getting closer to me, and when I started to sense that she was also a woman. She started sliding things across tables and misplacing things. I'd leave my phone on the table in front of the couch, not get up at all, then reach back for it, and poof, it's gone. I'd throw the couch apart thinking it's behind the cushions, checking the kitchen and the bathroom, even threw the sheets off the bed, thinking maybe I sat down there for a bit and forgot. I returned to the couch with my hands in my hair. There it fucking is, sitting right on the center of one of the couch cushions. I just threw apart looking for it. At that point, I just yelled out, "Look, if you want to stay here, don't bother disturb me, don't hurt me. You can stay here, only if you kind of keep to myself and you keep to yourself," or something along those lines. After that point, things I know I lost like years ago would turn up in cabinets. Didn't even have at the time that I lost them, too. Didn't hear footsteps around me anymore, and my cat stopped staring at the corners and yowling. I still feel her watching. I know she's following me. But I kind of like her now. But I can't stop thinking maybe she's, just waiting for something. Anybody who's still hearing my voice, just wanted to let you know that I appreciate you. Good afternoon, good evening, or good night. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we bring you tales of the uncanny we give you first-hand encounters, mostly submissions by you, our listeners. Drop a comment on somebody's story. Let's get started. I used to live next to a cemetery. Can spirits just pass through? I, a female, 24 years old. I used to move around a lot until my dad got remarried. We moved to the Midwest. The house I ended up spending the rest of my adolescent and teen years in was built by 2 houses down from our small town cemetery. We were the first ones ever to own the land and build on it, so we were also the first people to live in our house. But that hasn't stopped weird things from happening. When I was 11, I'd moved into the new bedroom in the basement. Got one of those loft beds with a desk underneath the top bunk. One night I woke up in the middle of the night to my TV was going in and out of signal, then went back to sleep after I turned it off. But when I laid back down, I felt something caress my hair. It was for like a solid 30 seconds. It wasn't threatening, but I just froze until it stopped. Tried forcing myself to sleep. We've always had a dog in the house, and they've never acted weird. But when I was 14, my mom and I were cleaning a room in our basement to get ready for a slumber party I was having. We both heard what sounded like my dog coming down the stairs, stop at the landing. So I went to go greet him, as he was getting older, and the stairs are a little more difficult for him now. Well, he wasn't there. So I called his name. He was sitting in my parents' room with my dad. I know my mom heard the footsteps too, but to this day, she denies that it happened. Nothing happened again until about maybe 16. I was having friends sleep over. The 4 of us are pretty musical, so we had our guitars and ukuleles propped up against the wall or laying on the floor. The 4 of us all woke up around the same time at like 4 a.m. We heard the strings being plucked and strummed, like very gently. Today I haven't heard or seen anything out of the ordinary. None of these little instances were ever threatening or scary. Just kind of peculiar. I would usually brush them off the next day, but, well, my friends always believed it was a ghost or something. I am a huge believer in the paranormal, but I've never really had any experiences that were undeniably spooky, so I never gave these events much thought. But now I think maybe there's spirits passing through, because they were so near and far between, and also because I lived next to a cemetery. Spirit of my grandmother helps my mom process her grief. First, my mom is diagnosed with PTSD, and on top of that, she has anxiety. She's had a hard time dealing with bad and sad things. She also tends to emotionally shut down when things get tough. She is in therapy, and has been for nearly a decade. She had a really traumatic childhood. My grandmother, my mom's mother-in-law, died in 2019. My mom loved my grandma like her own mom. Her death was rather sudden, dying of heart failure, and she didn't really bother telling anyone in the family about it. My mom also lost another mother figure to her around the same time. My mom was also about 16 weeks pregnant at that same time. She had me young, and is only in her mid-40s now. The combination of the loss of my grandma and my other mother figure that was lost caused my mom to miscarry. She ended up needing a D&C to get the fetus out. It wasn't expelling naturally. It was going into decomposition. The combination of all three losses had my mom spiraling. She was closing off to my dad, to myself, my sisters. We were all so worried about her. She was like this for a few months, till she started to come back. Turns out that she had a dream. In the dream, she saw my grandma and my great-grandma, who passed away in 2006. They were sitting at my grandma's old dining room table and drinking coffee, a sight that was common to my mom in the early days of my parents' relationship. My mom starts trying to walk to them, but for whatever reason isn't getting any closer. Keeps calling out to them, and it doesn't do anything either. After a few moments of this, they both look over at my mom, and my grandma says, "It's okay, we've got her," before looking down into her arms where a small bundle is held. Mom woke up right after. She needed a good cry, but it was right after that she was able to start processing her grief of the deaths. My mom never found out what the baby, that she lost was, but she named it Caitlin after the dream that she had of my grandma. We all still miss my grandma so much, and her loss never gets any easier. Tearing up writing this, but every now and then, we know she visits. My mom, my dad, my 13-year-old sister, and myself. We've all smelled her perfume when at home. My parents have heard her voice. My cousin Aiden even once saw her at a place that he, his dad, and my grandma used to meet up all the time. I think my in-laws' house is haunted. My in-laws' house, and specifically their basement, has always given me the creeps. I don't like going into their basement by myself. It's like I feel watched. And it's only in their basement. I was there on Sunday, and I was there by myself, as my in-laws are out of town. I was doing laundry in their basement. It was just during the day, and I was assuaging some of my fears, you could say. I'd been doing laundry for a few hours, and out of the corner of my eye, I see a figure in the reflection of the TV. Obviously, I look up and see nothing. Tried to recreate what I saw, as there's a lot of collectibles in the basement. Couldn't. Then around an hour later, I hear what sounds like someone upstairs. Keep in mind that I'm alone here. Even the cat isn't home at the moment. I go up thinking it's just my sister-in-law, and nothing. An hour or so later, I hear someone coming down the stairs. And again, I go. No one's there. After that, the cat comes back in, so I can ignore some of the noises, as he's a chunk. So I explain it as being him. Around an hour before I leave, I hear a very audible floor creak from my in-law's bedroom. The cat's asleep in my mother-in-law's office, and again, I'm by myself. I never heard any creaks being that loud while I was there. The last time I was in my in-laws for laundry was while we were gone, and I saw a figure in the reflection of the TV. I saw a figure that looked like a girl wearing one of those floor-length nightgowns standing right next to me in the laundry room. Each time I see something, though, I can never see a face. And the time I saw it in the laundry room was the only time I got a pretty clear image of what was there. Now, some of the activity I can put down to, old dogs. My in-laws have 2 dogs, Max and Charlie, who died in the house. One was put to sleep, and the other died suddenly of a stroke. And I'm a firm believer that pets can stick around after death, as 2 past pets of mine have done just that. But the figures I've seen have been human in shape, and there's no way around that fact. Ghost of a murder victim. I lived in this apartment building at the edge of my city from the time I was 2 to 4. We had odd things happen in that place, and I had weird dreams. My mom said that one day she heard me talking by the front door. She came and thought I was playing. Turns out I was looking at the corner of the wall and just carrying on as if I was having a normal conversation with a regular person. My mom, being terrified, she had the right to be really, she asked, "Who are you talking to?" Without missing a beat, I pointed at the corner I was looking at and said, "That man over there, Mommy. Can you see him?" Obviously, my mother couldn't see him. Another time, my mom was in the living room and she heard this loud crash from the kitchen. She goes in, worried I'd hurt myself, but instead she sees a loaf of bread on the floor and a broken lid. The lid was kind of one of those old-school Pyrex pot sets from the 90s. Now, Pyrex is known for being really durable, and that particular lid had taken a tumble a few times. This should have broken it. It wasn't until recently, when we were talking about this particular apartment to a family friend, that we found out a couple of years before I'd been born there had been murder in the building. Freaked the fuck out of my mom when she found that out. Terrified by a malevolent spirit. When I was 5, my parents and I lived in this apartment building. My family had been having many things happen. We would see figures and noises with no explanation. Our cat running around like she's being chased. I even have a photo of anomalies, like parts of photos being really shadowed. This is one of the times the spirit focused on me. I was terrified of the dark, to the point where I had a nightlight, the bathroom light was on, and shining light into my room, as well as street light coming in through the open blinds in my room from the main street that we lived nearby. My room was so well lit, I could essentially read with no issue with my light off. This night in particular, I couldn't sleep. I'm laying in bed waiting to fall asleep, and my parents were already in bed sleeping, when suddenly my room goes pitch black. I'm talking so black that I wouldn't be able to see my hand right in front of my face. I look towards where my door should be, and I see this large figure in the doorway with blood-red eyes. Being the little 5-year-old I was at the time, I screamed. I saw him begin to walk toward me, which wakes my parents. They don't get up, and they just ask me why I'm screaming. I can't get a coherent response out, and they tell me to go to their room to talk to them. They didn't know what was going on, clearly. By this point, the entity is halfway from my door to my bed. I get the courage and run. I run right through it. And as I hit where the entity is, it gets ice cold. I don't stop, though, till I get to my door. I turned around at that point. My room was back to normal. I then go tell my parents what happened. They felt horrible that they didn't come to me after I told them what happened. But over the years, people have tried to claim it was a dream. I know it wasn't, though. My main reason for knowing is because when I was a teen, I stayed at a cousin's place, told her that story. She then told me that she saw the very same entity between her and her son's crib one night. She lived a block away from my old apartment at the time. Living in a Haunted House, Part 1. I moved to France over 20 years ago. My husband and I bought an old mason bourgeois, which was built in 1789. I've always been curious about the paranormal. I've had some strange things occur in my life, but nothing prepared me for living in this house. The house needed a lot of work, but in the beginning, we just did some basic remodeling and updating. Shortly after we moved in, my daughter was born. She had invited quite a few out-of-town guests for her christening. My best friend was sleeping in a room that we were using as a guest room. She's pretty pragmatic and not really a believer in the supernatural. She was awoken by a sharp punch to her stomach. She said it was so forceful that she actually lifted off the bed. My husband laughed and said that it must have been a nightmare, but this made me feel very uneasy. Already I had experienced weird sensations and heard footsteps in the hallway. I had kept these feelings to myself. I decided to share my thoughts with my best friend. She was very unsettled by the whole episode and was reluctant to spend another night in the room. The next night, she was again hit in the stomach, although not as violently. At this point, we were both freaked out about it. She left the next day to return home. Needless to say, she now definitely believes in the paranormal. This episode was just the beginning of the strange occurrences that happened periodically throughout my time living in this house. Living in a Haunted House, Part 2. Okay, so I said in my earlier post that my husband and I bought a Maison Bourgeois in France. I'm trying. Over 20 years ago. It's a large house over 800 square meters with a hectare of land. It has 3 stories. It has a front and back staircase, and when you're in the front part of the house, you cannot hear anything that is going on in the back part of the house. My husband traveled a lot for work, and I was often left alone with my 3 young children. Since this was the case, we put in an alarm, and it had motion detectors in several rooms that might be vulnerable to a break-in. One such room was the playroom. This room is adjacent to the room I talked about in my earlier post. We used it as a guest bathroom and a bedroom, but it had 2 doors, and you had to go through this room to get to the playroom. The alarm in the playroom seemed to go off quite a lot during the dead of night, around 2 or 3 a.m. This in and of itself was enough to scare me when I was alone. I would go begrudgingly into the playroom to see what set off the alarm, only to find nothing. Sometimes one of the remote control cars would have moved, but basically nothing. We had the alarm company check it out. They found nothing as well and said, well, maybe a spider or an insect crawled in front of the motion detector. Overall, I had some pretty bad vibes in the room. One day, my son had a friend over. They were like 6 or 7. They came to me running, acting a bit hysterical. They said they heard men talking in the room. I went there to check it out, and I heard men talking, but very muffled. I looked out the window into our garden to see if perhaps it was the gardener, but no one was there. Couldn't find the source of the voices. They always seemed to be right next door no matter what room in that wing of the house I was in. I didn't want to show my son and his friend that I was scared, so we left the room and I brought them to the kitchen. Of course, later when I told the story to my husband, he said I had an overactive imagination and I was influencing my son into thinking ghosts were in our house. Once after I heard a man and a woman talking when I was in this room. It was late at night. I was tidying up after my children. My husband was on a trip and I started to be frightened. I thought somebody had broken in, but I also had a strange feeling that maybe it was something else. I called a good friend who came over with a baseball bat. Like 2 women and a baseball bat could fight off intruders of any kind. She didn't hear anything and all the doors and windows were closed and locked. I was starting to feel like maybe my husband was right and maybe I did have an overactive imagination. This, however, was not the end to the voices, and later on, several other people, many of them skeptics, also heard them. Living in a Haunted House, Part 3. There are certainly parts of the house that see more activity than others, but the activity is not limited to the house itself. The front yard of the house is quite large with a circular driveway made of gravel. The whole property is enclosed by tall stone walls and a large gate. Though it's not very easy to enter unless you go through the gate, which is always closed, unless, of course, opened by an electronic opener. One day when my oldest son was about 10 or so, we were playing around in the yard. He was running the circular driveway and I was timing him. Then I would run it and he would time me. About halfway through running a circuit, he came barreling toward me saying, "Mommy, why'd you do that? You scared me." I had no idea what he was talking about. I said, "Do what? I've been here the whole time." He said, "Someone was running right behind me, breathing down my neck. Felt like they were going to push me." The gravel was even crunching behind me. I immediately felt uneasy. I tried to reassure him, but I too had felt as if someone was walking behind me on the driveway on several occasions, only to turn around and find no one there. My daughter also had an experience walking from the front gate of the house one night. She said someone or something had pulled the scarf from her neck and threw it to the ground. She ran into the house hysterical, thinking somebody had followed her inside the gate. We turned on the lights in the yard. My husband went to check it out, but nothing. My husband said it must have been a branch from a tree or a bush, but honestly, I think it was something else. What I don't know left me feeling very uneasy. I didn't like to be out in front by myself. Living in a Haunted House, Part 4. The Man with the Stovetop Hat. Living in a house that's haunted is not at all that you see in movies, really. Months would go by and there'd be nothing out of the ordinary. There were times that I'd even start to believe that perhaps I had an overactive imagination. However, when other people share the same type of experience, it's hard to discount what you're experiencing. When we first moved into the house, we needed to do some basic updating. The electricity was very outdated. The electricians were up in the attic, which, to be honest, was not some place I really wanted to visit. They were doing some rewiring. Some wallpaper was peeling off a wall that they were working on. I decided to take it off. Underneath was a drawing in black charcoal of a very tall figure in a stovetop hat. Creepiest thing I ever saw. Definitely not a child's drawing. Made a real impression on me, to be honest. Tried to put it out of my mind. Years later, like at least 8, we were preparing to go on vacation. The car was loaded up and my husband asked my oldest son to go back inside the house. Wanted to make sure all the lights were turned off. After about 5 minutes, he came racing out of the front door, terrified. "There's a man in your room." My husband and I went inside and searched the house. No one was there. My son later told us as he reached the landing in the front of our bedroom, he saw movement in the room. He looked inside and saw a tall man dressed in black with a hat looking out the window. The man then started to approach him with his arm out. He ran out of there as fast as he could. This experience so affected him that he wouldn't sleep by himself during our vacation. He was about 11 at the time. We talked about it quite a bit during the vacation, and my youngest son, who was 4, said, "Mommy, a man comes to see me at night. He sits in the chair by my bed." I tried to talk about this with my husband because it seriously freaked me out, but he chalked it up to an overactive imagination. I never saw the man, but on numerous occasions whilst I was sleeping, I would wake up feeling panicked, and I'd have the sensation that someone was standing over me. I would burrow under the covers and pretend to still be sleeping. It made me feel like a child who's afraid to look under her bed or needs a nightlight. Who was this man that both my sons claimed to see? Was he the man in the charcoal drawing on the attic wall, I wonder? Living in a Haunted House, Part 5. The Humming Lady. They always seem to be in the next room, but when I go to that room, they seem to be in another room. It sounds like a muffled conversation. We remodeled our house, and after the work, I started to hear a woman humming. Always a cheerful tune, but not one that I knew. At times I really felt as if I was going crazy, but a friend of mine heard it as well. We were having coffee in the kitchen. I went to the restroom. My friend heard the humming and thought it was me. She started having a conversation with me, expecting me to be just outside of the kitchen door. Obviously, I didn't answer as I wasn't there. When I did come back, she told me about what had happened. Never told her about the humming lady. We both felt this was really strange, but oddly enough, we weren't frightened. It just seemed that whatever was humming was not malevolent. Living in a Haunted House, Part 6. The Face in the Window. This is probably the scariest experience I've had. Before we remodeled, the house had a door in the kitchen that led to our yard. Our yard was full of very tall trees. It was quite large. That night, it was really dark from all the trees, and the winter months' darkness fell quickly. Several times while in the kitchen alone at night, I would see what seemed to be quick movement by the door to the garden. Sometimes the dog would be outside, and I thought maybe it was them. But at other times, there really was no explanation. Once I saw what appeared to be a very pale, gaunt face looking in. No body was attached, just a face. But it was so fleeting I could convince myself it was my imagination. One night, my babysitter was in the kitchen, trying to help me fix dinner. My two youngest were also in the kitchen. It was winter, so outside was pitch black. My daughter yelled, "Mommy, a man just stuck his head around the door." My babysitter just quickly opened the door to look out, and there was no one there. A few minutes later, my son said, "There he is." We quickly looked around, and we all saw a face looking in. I ran to the door, and my babysitter went outside with me. Once again, no one there. Turned on the outside lights, and we couldn't see anyone outside. We were all a bit freaked out, and the dogs started to bark, but I was too scared to put them outside. I didn't want anything to happen to them. I quickly checked the doors, made sure they were locked, and what was it? No idea. A ghost or an intruder? If it's an intruder, I'm not sure how they would have gotten in our yard, as it's enclosed with a very tall stone wall. Whatever it was disappeared without a trace. Never saw another face in the window after that. Haunted Library Visit. In my town, we have a library. It's almost as old as the town itself. When I was about 12, I was assigned a history paper in school. Since we got to pick the topic, I decided that I wanted to do it on the history of the town itself. I went to the library to get some research material. The library is actually a large 2-story house previously owned by one of the town's original prominent families. The second floor was off limits unless you received permission from the staff to go up there. They store most of their historic documents and books up there. I was given permission to go upstairs to look through those books. I had no preconceived notions about the library, but I felt really creeped out upstairs alone for some reason. I was going through the books trying to find something interesting. From one of the side rooms, I heard a loud bang, like a door being slammed, which was odd since they had removed all the doors. I feel really uneasy about being upstairs now. But I'm there for a reason. So, I decided to see what it was. Maybe a bookcase shelf gave out. I took a look in the side room, and there's only an old-school writing desk with a little plaque that says, Mr. Putnam, 1885. The room was a bit cold, but nothing is out of place. A little confused, I shrugged it off and go back to the center room and keep digging through books. I finally find a book that covers what I'm looking for. I sit down to start reading. I get a few pages into the book and nearly have a heart attack when I hear another loud bang from another side of the room. This time it sounded like somebody threw a brick at the wall. I can see into part of the room, and it looks like it was a nursery or a playroom based on the tiny rocking chair and the teddy bear next to it. For some reason, I was terrified of going to that room. I did anyways, though, because I'm a dumbass. I walked into the room and turned to look at the corner. Wasn't able to see this from outside. I'm frozen in utter terror as I meet the eyes of a young woman in a white dress. She's hanging from the ceiling by her neck. She seemed to see me, but was motionless. I tried to yell, but just couldn't get it out. I was, however, able to break free of her horrible gaze, run downstairs and out of the library. I sprinted 6 blocks home. Wasn't until I told people about it that I found out sort of one of the maids that worked in the house had become pregnant out of wedlock. She hung herself in that room. I still hate going near that library. Bedtime Ghost Story. One evening when I was about 15, I was home alone for the night. I'd lived in an older 2-story home. I often felt uncomfortable by myself in the house at night, especially in my room since it had the door to our creepy attic. I spent the evening watching TV downstairs, adequately distracted from being by myself. At some point, I decided I was ready for bed. I went upstairs to my room. I shared a room and bunk bed with my older brother. He usually got home late and went to bed after me. Our bed was pushed in the corner of the room against the wall. The bottom bunk was mine. I was pretty tired, so I laid down and fell asleep almost immediately. Shortly after that, I woke up to my brother sticking his arm through the gap between the side of the bed and the wall, slapping it. It's dark, but I can clearly make out his arm smacking against the wall. Annoyed, I tell him to stop and roll over to try to sleep. Of course, he keeps slapping the wall, but even harder now. Getting angry at this point, so I tell him that if he doesn't stop, I'm gonna hit him. No surprise, but he starts slapping even harder. I'm done with his shenanigans and roll over to punch him in the arm, but instead just hit the wall. A little freaked out that he pulled his arm away so quickly, I get out of bed and rip his covers off to reveal no one's there. I'm officially, nope, the heck out of there mode. Scurry downstairs to spend the rest of the night scared and alone. Everything died about a year ago, but as of a month back, it's starting to happen again. So I used to have an intense poltergeist experience. Things in front of me would literally be thrown across the room. And once I was on the edge of sleep when something grabbed my foot. I felt it yank me to the very bottom of my bed. The latest to that string of events was about 5 months ago, before quarantine. I heard something while I was home alone running through the halls. Keep in mind, both my dogs were with me and I have no cats. After that, things just stopped for about a month. This is when my mom had her friends over. They were all outside talking, from which I can see from my window. And all of a sudden I hear loud, constant banging on my door, as if I didn't open it. I would bust open, so I swing it open mid-bang, expecting my little sister. but absolutely nothing. No one's there, and no one's in the hall. I'm on the second story, so if somebody would have ran down the stairs, I would have heard them. After that, things died down to the occasional bangs and things falling without obvious solutions until last night. When I say last night was one of the most terrifying nights of my life, I mean it. It started when I went to visit my sister, who just moved. She moved into an old 83-year-old house. And this house, as soon as I walked in, I knew something was wrong, especially when I was alone. So, I did a little investigation, just asking if there was a spirit to give me a sign. Nothing happened until that following night. Last night, August 18th, around 21:50. On our way home, I spotted some lights in the air, about 25,000 feet up. As we get closer, I realized they weren't moving now. If you may not know, helicopters and blimps cannot go that high. Planes can't stay in one place, so it ruled out any of those. So I just labeled it as a UFO, as in the actual term, an unidentified flying object. It was around 8:40 p.m., so about 2040. Then we get home around 9:30. As soon as I walked in again, I could feel something was off. My dogs didn't run up to me like usual. They weren't as hyper. It even turns out one of them had a number 2 in our game room. So I go clean it. Our trash can is nowhere to be found. I look in the upstairs, downstairs, kitchen, literally nowhere. Then all of a sudden it appears in the middle of the game room. This is the little event of last night, by the way. So I thought it was strange, but I just went along with my night. Around 9:50 p.m., which is 21:50, that's when I was heading to bed. As soon as I walked into my room, I had been doing some work on my loft, so I had a ladder up. The ladder fell, hit my ceiling fan, breaking off the blade to which I have a picture of, almost ripped out the fan. Quickly turn the fan off, break the ladder down. At this point, I have no clue what's going on this night. Picking up pieces of a fan when I hear another loud crash behind and look behind me. It was literally nothing. Nothing had fallen. But I hear another crash from behind me. Where I was looking before, again I look and nothing fell. This continues all night, and I'm writing this at 9:54 a.m. I don't even want to go into my room. Well, I finished picking up the pieces. I got ready for bed at this point. It's like 10:30 p.m., which is 22:30. I climb in bed, lay on my side, as I always do. Clear as day, I hear something or someone running behind me off the other side of the bed. I jump up, ready to hit someone. No one's there. Like a little kid, I check my closet under my bed. Also, I'm a small paranormal investigator. Turns out that the most activity I got wasn't even in the investigation. It was in my own house. I try to lay on my side again, but every time, I hear something running on the other side. So I lay flat on my back. Now it's around 11:45, 23:45. I'm trying to recall everything, but it was so scary that it's a little hard to recall. So around midnight, I decide to lay on my back, not turn over no matter what I do for a solid 10 minutes. I hear the constant running. Then, as clear as day, I see a little kid run from the bottom of my bed. I could see through my wall and they would vanish. I'm completely freaked out now, so I turn my lights on and just sit there. I've just moved into this room last month. Everyone who was in it before had always felt a sensation of being watched, and so did I. Sat there till 1:30 a.m., finally just passed out and go to sleep. But I'm awoken by a strange noise at 3 or 3:30. I have absolutely no idea what they were, but it sounded like gurgling or growling of some sort. Even when I was fully awake, I still heard it. That's when I heard a bang on my closet door, so I fling it open. No one's in there. I don't recall what happened after this, but I remember staying up to sounds and weird things till 4:30, then finally going to sleep and staying asleep. And that was one of my scariest nights ever. My cat comes back to me when I'm sad. So when I was a kid, I had the prettiest cat ever. Her name was Ansa. We got her in 2004 when I was 5 years old. She was the best girl, and we were literally inseparable. She always came to sleep next to me. Wherever I was, she would come sit on my lap or near me. If she was outside hunting, she would come running whenever I called her. And if I was sad or sick, she would lick me and come, lay next to me. She started purring every time I even looked at her, and she purred loudly, like she was the ultimate purr machine. We lost her when I was in the army, so I didn't have a chance to say goodbye. It broke me when I got the message from my mom that she told my cat had died. She was sleeping, I guess, but then again, she was old, so I had been expecting it. We still had 2 cats, but still, nothing could replace her. And as much as I loved the other cats, she was special. After that, whenever I'm visiting my parents' place and I feel sad or anxious about something, I start hearing this quiet, soft purring underneath my bed. It sounds like her purring. The first time I heard it, I thought that there was one of the other cats under the bed. But then I looked and I saw nothing, but I could still hear it. It's been almost 2 years now since he died, and last time I heard the purring was last Saturday. My room's door was closed, so I knew there was no other cats in my room. I needed some alone time because my cat can be a bit exhausting at times. I was just laying on my bed feeling a bit down. I started hearing it again, the soft purring under my bed. And nowadays, I don't even bother checking. I know I can't see a cat there, I just accept it, and it does calm me down. Makes me feel better, so whatever the purring is, it helps me. I just like to think that it's my pretty girl, still wanting to make me feel better like she did when she was still with us. The Battle of Spirits. My boyfriend can sometimes see dead people. I can't. He told me that his first encounter was his stillborn big brother when he was about 5 years old. He met him in a school toilet. They talked a little, then he disappeared and he didn't see him again until recently. Now, my boyfriend's apartment hallway and toilet had always freaked me out. I always felt like there was something there watching me. The first time I had that feeling, I was in a shower. I could have sworn there was someone on the other side of that curtain. I was literally shaking because I was so afraid. But when I slided the curtain to the side, there was nothing there. Once when I was watching the TV, I saw a reflection from the window. It was a dark figure moving away from the bed to the hallway. My boyfriend was cooking in the kitchen, so there was no way it could have been him. I didn't tell him about it because I didn't want to freak him out, and I was doubting my eyes. I've also seen shadows in the hallway mirror, but again, I was doubting my eyes. My boyfriend has insomnia, and one night he was on the couch playing mobile games while I was sleeping on the bed. I often see nightmares, and according to him, I was acting restless again. He turned to see if I was okay, but he saw a dark figure standing at the edge of the bed. It left immediately when my boyfriend saw it and disappeared in the hallway again. My boyfriend sat the rest of the night at the end of the bed protecting me from whatever that was. And that morning, I told him about the dark shadow figures I had seen. Once when we were coming back from the store, my boyfriend started to open the door with his key, but the key didn't turn. He tried many times, and when it finally turned, he had to pull hard to get the door open. Later, he told that it was something like pulling back at it. When he finally pulled the door open, I saw the air move inside in the hallway, like on a warm day outside. When we stepped in, he felt really weird, like we're not welcome there. Then one night we're watching a movie at his place. I had a migraine, and kind of started to feel sick and overall super tired and grumpy on top. When the movie ended, I crawled into bed. My boyfriend joined me, hugging me and trying to make me feel better. It was around 1:30 a.m. when suddenly all the hairs in his body stood up and he froze. He started squeezing me even tighter, almost hurting me. Told him to let me go, and he loosened his grip and turned to me and said, "Honey, I don't want to scare you, but there's someone behind the front door." I was confused. Couldn't hear anything. Couldn't even see the door from the bed. He stood up and walked to the hallway. Suddenly he kind of jumped, backed off and stared at the corner. He stood there for a while and reached his hand forward. My migraine disappeared because I was so scared. I didn't know what was going on. Couldn't see whatever my boyfriend could see. Thought it was the shadow I'd seen before. After a while, my boyfriend came back. He seemed calm and just said, "He's gone now." I was just staring at him, and then he continued, "I think it was my brother." He was just smiling and looking at me. We then talked, and he said he didn't feel scared at all when he saw the man. He felt warm and loved. The man was young, like my boyfriend's brother would be. He had the family ears. I painted my boyfriend's family coat of arms on the wall before. The man had stood right next to it. My boyfriend's just he thought he came to warn him about something, but he wasn't sure what it was about, really, because he didn't say anything. But nevertheless, my boyfriend seemed happy about the encounter, and I was happy for him. I was getting more and more scared for some reason. Then maybe a half an hour would pass. We were just talking about his brother and his family. This is when my boyfriend got goosebumps again. He looked at me and he said, "He's back." But this time he looked a lot more worried. He jumped out of bed and ran to the hallway. He stood there for a while. Then he ran to grab a candle. While he was running, he told me he was feeling something freezing cold. It was coming through the front door. Go all the way to the toilet to the wall in the kitchen. He shut all the windows, lit up the candle, and blew the candle. The smoke rising from it went crazy, spiraled all around the kitchen, but there was no wind inside. My boyfriend backed off and came to the bed and grabbed me to protect me. He told me that he thinks it's a poltergeist and his brother's fighting it. Sat there for a while, then suddenly I felt, completely calm, like a weight had been lifted. My boyfriend felt it too. We looked at each other. He whispered, "Wonder if it's over." And right after that, our dustpan that was leaning against the wall fell over. He smiled and said, "I'll take that as a yes. I guess my brother won." After that, we stayed awake for a long time, talking about what had just happened. I kept telling him to thank his brother for protecting and warning us. After that, we haven't seen or felt anything weird in his apartment. I've always been a skeptic, but my boyfriend made me doubt myself after a few weird experiences. I'm 21, and until now, I've never really believed in paranormal stuff. I always tried to find a logical explanation for everything. I met my boyfriend about 4 months ago. He told me that he can sometimes see dead people. Thought he was joking and trying to freak me out, but he was dead serious. And I don't see why he would lie to me about stuff like that. Also, few things that have happened that really made me doubt myself. First off, I used to think I've never seen dead people. When I was a kid, I saw a dark figure standing in a doorway at my parents' place once. I'll tell more about the doorway later, but I can't remember if it was a nightmare or not. I also saw a lot of nightmares about a small girl living in our storage room. My parents' house is well over 400 years old. I still sometimes get the feeling that someone's following me when I'm visiting my parents, but I used to just think it was anxiety. I hadn't told anyone this, my boyfriend, when we went to his parents, but when I showed him the house, he seemed uncomfortable in some of the rooms, kept staring at what seemed like emptiness. He asked if people had died in that house. I told him that probably many people had died there because it was just such an old house, but I only knew of one. At that point, I didn't know I didn't know that he could see dead people, let's just make it frank. He also was really uneasy when he met my grandpa and seemed a bit odd. I thought he was just nervous. The next night was the one when he told me about his ability to see dead people. He told me about seeing people sitting on chairs. He also told me about seeing an old man that looked a lot like my grandpa, and that's why he was uneasy with him. Because at first, he wasn't sure if my grandma or grandpa was alive, or if he was a dead one. I showed him a picture of my great-grandpa who looked exactly like my grandpa, and he said that he was the man that he saw. He also described seeing a fat man dressed in early 1900s clothing, wearing glasses. I showed him a picture of a man who owned the house before my family, and the boyfriend confirmed that it was him. Then he told about the presence of the doorway, the same doorway I saw in the nightmare. He didn't know anything about that yet. He said he couldn't see anything, but he said it felt like he walked through something freezing cold. I went to go get a fan from storage. It was really warm in my room. He stayed at the door and noped off, told me that something had grabbed and brushed his foot. Now, this was the same room I used to see nightmares about too when I was a kid. It just freaks me out because he has no way of knowing about my nightmares or what the people living there used to look like. I'd like to hear more about stuff like this, but I just don't want to ask him too much. Maybe because he's had a really bad experience with dead people. Is there an easy way of approaching him about it? Also, these aren't the only weird things that have happened after I met him. These are just the ones that made me doubt my thoughts. My friend Uncle Jim. I already knew about this ghost before this experience. He died in a house fire in the 80s. And when a new house was built on top of his old house, he decided to occupy it. He was friendly, never tried to harm me or scare me, just wanted to have fun at our expense. Tuesday night, my roommates are gone. Sweetness, I have the house to myself. Just finished making dinner and was watching a movie while my laundry dried. It's done. As I'm walking back to my room, I pass the front door and notice it's unlocked. I'm about to go to bed, so I might as well lock it now and save some time. Fold the laundry, now back to the movie. But my cat starts crying at the door like he wants out. When I go to let him out, I open the door and he runs out. That's weird, I thought to myself. Could have sworn I locked the deadbolt. I must be tired. It's bedtime. As I'm lying in bed, I can't help but shake this feeling. I don't know what it is, but I can't sleep. So I get up and just walk around. I walk past the front door and it's unlocked. Now I know something's up. because I definitely locked that like half an hour ago. What the fuck is going on? I lock it again and walk to the kitchen for a snack. Munching on my snack, playing on my phone, I hear a click come from the front door. It's unlocked again. Nobody's outside. Roommates' cars are all gone. What the fuck, yo? I lock it and sit there waiting. A couple minutes go by, and sure enough, the deadbolt turns unlocked on its own. So I lock it again and wait. I sat there, straight eyeballing the deadbolt in silence. Just as I predicted it, it starts to unlock itself. Uncle Jim, I know that's you. I made sure to say it in kind of a playful voice. I know that's you. I'm tired and I want to go to bed. Play tomorrow. The lock stopped rotating and then returned to the locked position. I left, came back about an hour or so later. It was still locked. It was still when I woke up the next morning, too. Uncle Jim didn't come back the next day to play. Aw. Clap. Me and my sister were very young, and we had a full-time maid babysitting us. I guess because our parents were working. I was probably 9 and my sister was 6. The house helper was 40. So I've always been into such stories of the unknown, and I was a weird kid. Not surprised something like this happened, really. I was with my sister, and also the sitter. We were all laying down. I was on the bed, my sister and the lady were on the floor mattress. We were chatting and singing songs, and nothing really being related to ghosts. And suddenly we heard the center of our position a loud clap. A very distinct, clear, loud clap. We were looking at each other. We knew that it wasn't any of us. It was such an intimidating sound, like a clap made by someone with stiff hands. We looked at each other, as if asking about it, and nobody of us could understand what had happened. My sister wanted to use the washroom, and that sitter insisted that we shouldn't move. However, I convinced her. As we're sitting in the living room and the washroom was in the other room, we had to go there. We formed like a line and went in, and to our shock, the washroom was locked from inside. Now, we literally got terrified overthinking about every scenario possible. And more than the probability of a ghost, we thought there might be an intruder. It was an apartment, and we called our neighbors from the flat below. They broke into the washroom and called us to be at their place for a while. This lady never came back the next day because of how scared she was. That building was, in fact, creepy on its own. We were the only 2 families staying there, and the topmost floor was occupied by some college students. That house had a few weird instances throughout our stay. I told my mom about it, and fortunately, she believed us. She's had felt strange about that house too, really. We were staying there for like 4.5 years already. In the beginning, all the flats were occupied, and everything was normal. And it happened only later when all the people left, and we 2 were the only family staying there. We left that place too. We were feeling unsafe by the passing time. Though a few years later, my dad changed that apartment into his office space, and he never felt anything there, but my sister and I remember that it did happen. We got goosebumps talking about it once, so we avoid touching that. Family friend's dad scared them one last time. When I was a baby, my mom and dad attended a funeral for her best friend's dad. He had committed suicide. Her dad was a security guard who worked second shift. Every night he would come home, eat his dinner, and have a glass of whiskey. He would do this at his seat at the table. One night he came home, ate his dinner, drank his whiskey, then shot himself. After the burial, a small group of people went back to the house for lunch and drinks. My mom and dad were one of the few people to leave because I was still a baby. My mom told Jean she would call her the next day and check on her. The next day, my mom calls Jean and she tells my mom to come over because she wouldn't believe what she had to tell her over the phone. Mom goes to Jean's house and told him what happened. Around 10 the night of the burial, really, Jean and her family decided it was time for bed. Jean had 2 sisters and a brother, all of whom lived out of state, and she lived at home with their parents. They cleaned up the house from the guests that they had over, including washing and drying the dishes. They all went upstairs to go to bed. Sometime in the middle of the night, one of the sisters got up to use the bathroom, heard a noise coming from the kitchen, then what sounded like footsteps going into the dining room. Didn't think anything of it until she saw someone was in bed. So she woke up the brother, who then woke everyone else up. He grabbed a baseball bat and led his mom and 3 sisters downstairs to see what was going on. They go into the kitchen and see one of the cabinets are open. He could have sworn it was shut when they went to bed. He put the dishes away after all. Then he went into the dining room where he lost it. He turned on a light and saw that the chair their dad used to sit in was pulled out like someone had been sitting there. And on the tablecloth was what looked like a ring of condensation from a glass. They all freaked out and ran upstairs. A few days went by and Jean went to the store to pick up some pictures from a roll of film that she had dropped off the day after the funeral. As she looked through them, her face turned white. She showed her mom a picture that was taken with everyone around the dining room table, and in the middle of the picture, there was her dad's chair. It was seated, like a faded figure of her dad. The story of my familiar visitors. This is all from personal experience. I hope you enjoy reading as much as I enjoy sharing it. It's one of those things that change the way I handle whatever life throws my way. My parents divorced when I was very young. I chose to stay with my mother and my sisters. So I looked up to my grandfather as a male role model, pretty much ever since. Sadly, he passed away when I was 6 or so. I didn't really have a chance to talk about the true things of life with him. However, he made sure to teach me valuable lessons through his stories. As far as I know, he was like horned by a bull. A train rammed his truck, which left him with more than 100 stitches all over his body. He fell to the sea on a fishing trip, got lost and was presumed dead before washing ashore 2 days later. He was a member of the National Secret Service, which I could verify myself through an ID. My grandpa kept under his lock and key, but, teenagers. This is not in the U.S., by the way. He survived 2 types of cancer. Well, the third he didn't, however. Many other accidents accounted for in his pictures and newspaper articles and the tales of my grandmother and her children, my mom included. You'd have a hard time believing, but I digress anyway. The day he passed away, I remember coming home from school to find my mother crying at my grandmother's place. They were in the dinner hall. We lived like 2 blocks away. He tells me Grandpa has left the building and starts sobbing, urging me to do so if I wanted. Oddly, I was totally aware of the fact that he wouldn't be coming back home from the hospital, where he used to go a couple times a week for treatment. Didn't feel the need to cry or weep or sob or mourn or whatever. In fact, I felt my grandfather was with me at that moment. I just hugged my mom and tried to do my best to cheer up and say anything like, "Don't worry, I'm sure he'll hang around for a while." You may argue I was a child with a totally oblivious idea of death. But having had an accident around that time in which I almost bled myself to death, and that ended up kind of saving my life by allowing the doctors to detect my type 1 diabetes. This is how I became pretty well versed, and having read my first encyclopedia by the age of 5, I was quite calm and had another level of understanding about such themes. I knew my grandfather was there, and, well, from then on I would follow and protect, or rather he would, sort of like a guardian angel. I remember the old man used to love fishing. Sometimes we got up real early on weekends and went fishing to the beach. I live in a coastal town, and this would just be for the fun of it. A week after he died, I had this dream of an ideal lake, your typical Eden surrounded by lush forest and wildlife. We, being my grandpa and I, we were sitting on a boat, fishing rods in hand, silent and smiling, enjoying the calm weather, listening to the waves crest the shore, the faint buzzing of insects roaming by, an occasional squirrel or deer showing up. As time went by inside my dream, dark clouds started to show up on the horizon, engulfing color out of the forest itself. Everything turned dark and withered into a lifeless and rotting parody of the lively picture that surrounded us. Trees, plants, the fish, water, all life forms were consumed, almost as if torched from their very inside. I remember I was calm, though. Can't recall how somebody would be calm in such visions of death, just making their way around me. The eyes of my grandfather turned into a blazing stare, which I'll never forget. He opened his mouth, as in like a furious roar, and then vanished. We never said a word, but I knew this was his farewell. Days later, my mother was looking at some pictures of the old man, and amidst them, I found one of the place I had seen in my dreams. She tells me it used to be a ranch he owned way back before I was born, when she was very young, in fact. I'd never been there, not even as a baby, but I described it in great detail to her. She just burst into tears and hugged me. Some years later, like when I was 16 or 17 and lived at my grandma's, I had a very peculiar dream. I was relaxing and pretty much doing nothing besides one of your typical old classic muscle cars in the street in front of my grandma's. Nearby, resting on the car's back bumper, was a rectangular thing, which I can really only describe as the frame of a mirror. Out of nowhere, a very sick-looking, water-like surface appears in the mirror. Think of it as the effect of paintings in Super Mario 64, but with, enhanced water caustics. A single drop of liquid blasts out of the waves in the surface and floats until it's about a foot away from me. Then a blinding flash of light spans from the drop, and my grandfather appears in front of me. If you have trouble understanding my reference, think something like this. He looked just as I remembered him. An aged man, half-bald, with a very serene look, his body tanned and more skinny than athletic. However, he seemed to be full of life in a way I can't explain. It's like knowing somewhere inside someone's eyes there's a child waiting to burst into hyperactivity with a sugar rush. He dusted off his clothes and greeted me in a way that I felt was more like a friend of his rather than his relative. Of course, by now, I knew my jaw was open and I was being severely mind-fucked in a dream. Imagine that. But nonetheless, I kept my composure and greeted him, asked him how he was, and told him how much I missed him and all that jazz. He asked back how everybody was. He said he was watching me and was proud of me. And I was doing well and taking care of my sisters and my mother. We chatted about the last years. I couldn't resist the temptation to ask him where he was and how stuff was going wherever he was. He says, and I vividly remember, he called it that place was like an infinite, pristinely white corridor filled with doors. No matter which door you chose, you opened it, and you could do whatever you wanted, with whoever you wanted, whenever you wanted. I remember he described how he was having a great time horse riding, taking care of cattle, spending days playing dominoes and smoking cigars with his friends. Activities I recall were his greatest pleasures in life. There were no limits to what you chose, imagined, or wanted to do simply. I was amazed by his description, decided not to ask any further. At some point he said he had to go back, because he had been granted permission to visit us for the night, and his time was about to finish. Once again, he sent his regards to the family in 2 specific messages. To my mother, he recommended checking herself with the doctor. To my grandma, he told her she should sell the ranch, times were hard. But he prohibited her from selling the house. He had built it, and it would stay in his family forever, no questioning. As soon as he finished, he waved away and threw himself into the liquid mirror, back into wherever it was that he came from. I saw myself turning around and feeling a breeze in the dream, just as I was waking up. When I did wake up, I remembered everything perfectly, pieced all of this in my mind as a rather creative and intriguing experience. I was shaving early in the morning when my grandma came around. Well, I decided to tell her everything about the dream. To me, it meant nothing. But when I finished and turned around and saw her face distorted into a mix of shock and disbelief, I was more surprised about her expression and asked what was wrong. Nothing, she said. It's just that today is his death's 10th anniversary. She also delivered the message to my mother. She was confused at first, but guess what? The medical check found a tumor which fortunately enough was detected so early on that it could be extracted without any risk. She was scared when they first told her, but pulled through and is perfectly healthy now. I swear I don't know what to think about this. Been a couple more odd experiences which I will tell another time, but for the time being, I trust that somewhere out there, my guardian angel is enjoying a cigar, watching, proud of his first grandchild, me. This was posted back on October 24th, 2011. A lot of things have happened in my life, both expected and surprising, pleasant and unpleasant. I finished college, got my own business, got a lot of work. He's never left my side. I can feel him and I know it. For the last couple of years, I waited for the right time to continue, and the time is now. I studied chemical engineering, graduated with honors. One of my 2 sisters married and moved to another town, really. Then divorced and came back. Of the other one, I knew next to nothing for a while. That was because she lived with her boyfriend. I wasn't jealous and I didn't really care. She also graduated in chem and English. Had the sweetest and smartest and grouchiest, just like her mother, couple of kids you'll ever meet. We're far more close than we used to now. Recently my mom was, who raised us 3 by herself, by the way. Recently my mom met a good man. And it appears that they're in a rush to marry and spend the rest of their lives together. I don't really mind. I appreciate what she's done for me, and I support her in any way I can. As long as she's, educated me, and I'm mature enough to respect her decision to approve of her happiness. But I'm not her father, of course, and my guardian would have something to say about it. There's nothing wrong at all with the idea of my mom moving to another country to enjoy a break from the hard years of raising us alone. Left to enjoy the pleasures and the luxuries of life, with a fitting gentleman at her side. But my life accelerated too fast, and in the rush to answer my own questions my own way, I felt like I had left some of my trust in him behind. I'd become a lot more withdrawn, thoughtful, and silent. Felt unsure about things. What about me? It's October 21st. Almost 2 years have passed since I told you my visitor. Time flies, doesn't it? Last August, I created my own company with some friends. Doing great. Thank God, and him. With his blessing and his picture in my wallet, we've risen to be amongst the top of our class in my region. I always look at him when in doubt. I always ask him when I'm in despair. I always pray to him when contrived. I would not be different this time. One day my mom tells me that she's met a guy online. You know, the kind of guy your baptism godmother introduces you to your mom, hoping that they'll match up. Well, surprise, they did. And all of a sudden I see my mom fall deeply in love with some dude she can only Skype with. Well, he's not fooling around either. He decided to visit us in September. The man my mother chose to be her partner arrived last week. He's a nice American gentleman who's raised a couple of kids but divorced when they grew up. My mom chose him, but I wanted to make sure I needed to know. My grandfather would have to tell me. And so I asked him. Quietly. 2 nights ago, actually. If you approve of her choice and decide this is the best for her, just give me a sign to be sure so I won't be left to drift myself in these rapids. Let her journey be the one that, you've chosen her as her reward. I don't know if I was referred to accepting the fact that she's going away or the fact I'll be left on my own with my life ahead of me all of a sudden. Maybe it was just a hunch I had. Something I had to say for him to reassure me. With that idea in mind, I slept. And I know I dreamt. I can't remember it. I know it's important. I know I'll remember in due time. But it just drives me crazy. The only thing that could calm me down came in within the first 3 minutes of the day. As I log into Facebook and check my notification, my mom's chat pops up. Victor, he asked me to marry him. So happy I'm crying. Can't believe it, I'm so happy. I wish your grandfather was here. And as I read the messages and tried my best to digest them in a half-awoken stupor, yet another notification popped up. My mom posting on my wall. She must be going nuts over it, I thought to myself. Then I clicked on it. I stared at the post, jaw wide open to the floor, eyes staring like highway roadkills in my mind, blown by the nth time in my life, really. He's still here with me, I knew it. Look at what my cousin Sandra found. It's a picture of you and Grandpa. Sandra and my mom had not met in years. Since the last great family reunion back in the early 2000s. They're not in contact and don't really talk to each other, not even through Facebook. They live in cities over 300 miles away from each other. The picture is a 2 to 3-year-old me, held proudly in my grandfather's arms. His smile exudes happiness and pride in a way I can't describe with words alone. As my gaze meets his on the screen, I hear his words in my head. Don't worry, little man. I've got you on this one. I'm not an emotional guy. I'm not the kind that lets feelings get to him. But I couldn't hold back my tears, and I smiled and quietly thanked him again. A lot's happened since. It's now 2020. Sadly, my grandmother, with whom I lived for almost half my life, passed away last year. And of course, she paid me a visit of her own. Step into the mystifying with Paranormal M. Do me a favor. Hit that like button. It helps the video move around. Helps me spread this stuff and grow. Maybe drop a comment. And join us through our newest mind-bending tales. These are first-hand accounts of stories submitted to us. Prepare for an exploration that challenges the very fabric of what we know. We hope you're up for the challenge at Paranormal M Deep Woods Encounter. This happened to one of my friends. He and two of his buddies decided to go camping one weekend in the United Mountains in Utah. They wanted to go out in the middle of nowhere to really get away from civilization and just chill and fish and stuff like that. All three of them are pretty outdoorsy and experienced with camping and backpacking, so this was no big deal for them. They went to a trailhead in the Unitas, hiked about half a mile up the trail, then turned off the trail and just hiked for about 4 miles away from the trail. They had little trail markers so they wouldn't really get lost coming back. They find a spot, and there's no sign of anyone around. The ground looks untouched by humans. There's also a brook close by, so they decided to set up camp. All three of them had camping hammocks, so they set those up in trees and then just kind of explored around for a bit before they decided to build a fire. Neat stuff like that. Eventually, the evening rolled around. So they built a fire and made tinfoil dinners, and were just shooting the shit. When they decided to go to bed, the guy who told me this said he remembered laying in his sleeping bag in the hammock thinking that even though there was the sound of water in the brook close by, and every now and then there'd be like an insect noise or whatever, the woods were so quiet. Like being out of civilization made him realize how rarely we as humans experience real silence, since we all fill our days with so many noises and distractions. He said it felt eerie. He could feel himself starting to doze off when the worst thing in the world happened to him. He had to pee when already being comfy and warm. Tragic. He figured he'd rip the Band-Aid off and go pee before he fell asleep for the night. He put on his headlamp, got out of his hammock, and walked about 30 feet away from his buddies in their hammocks to pee. When he was walking over, he thought he saw something dart out of the sight like unnaturally fast, and heard a crack of a branch. But because they were so far out in the wilderness, near a brook, he didn't think too much of it. He unzipped his pants, peed, and then right when he was zipping his pants back up, his headlamp shone on something on the ground that paralyzed him with fear. A few feet away from where he was peeing were unmistakably fresh human footprints on the ground. It had rained in the mountains the day before, so the earth was soft in some areas, and there was no doubt in his mind that these were not only human footprints, but that whoever made the footprints was barefoot. The creepiest thing was that the footprints weren't staggered. They were side by side, facing where these guys were camping. It was as though someone was standing still at the edge of their camping spot in total darkness, just watching them. Those were the only footprints my friend could see. No other prints leading in or away from the ones that he saw. Totally freaked out, he ran back to his hammock and got his knife. He always has that and takes it camping a lot. He loudly whispered his two friends' names, but they were already asleep, so they didn't answer. He debated whether he should wake them up, but decided against it. There's no real physical threat that would justify waking them up. He put his headlamp on and put a brighter setting and shone it up in the trees and around the general area of where he had to pee. Nothing. He didn't sleep that night. Those footprints looked as though someone had been standing there moments before he walked up to that spot to pee. He felt like he and his friends weren't alone. When it reached early in the morning, when the sun had just barely started to rise, my friend decided he was going to pack his stuff up because he was still spooked and wanted to start hiking back to the car when his friends were up. When he was taking down his hammock, he saw another set of fresh footprints. But this time they were like 10 feet away from his hammock, like on the edge of the trees behind his hammock, as if someone had been standing about 10 feet away from his hammock, just staring at him. Again, no other footprints leading to these 2 footprints. He was full-on freaked out by this point, so he woke up his friends and showed them the footprints. They got the hell out of there. Sometimes, you're not as alone as you think you are. Desert Encounter. Back in the 80s, my Aunt Kay was in her early 20s. This was before she married my uncle, and when she would drive long distances back and forth between her parents and my uncle's to visit. It was a transitional period for them. He had just graduated, and she hadn't moved out yet to be with him. It was a long drive across several states through the desert, which took her hours. This desolate highway would have stretched as a road that lasted like hundreds of miles, where you quite often wouldn't see another driver, let alone a gas station. So Aunt Kay set out and began one of these journeys. A couple of hours into the drive, Aunt Kay noticed a dark vehicle slowly catching up to her. She barely noticed as she continued to sing along to Les Miserables, till the vehicle got aggressively close. She turned off the music and looked into a rearview mirror, seeing the vehicle flash its brights and a hand pointing at her car and motioning for it to pull over. Alarmed, she quickly slowed and began to look for a good place to pull off the road to see what must be wrong with her car. The second she began to pull off the road, she said that she felt and heard as clear as day, "Don't pull over." Then again, stronger, "Don't pull over." Call it God, intuition, or just a gut feeling, but a jolt of adrenaline and fear shot through Aunt Kay's body as she hit the gas and peeled back out into the highway. Heart pumping, Aunt Kay silently asked herself what the hell was that, as she saw the vehicle peel out behind her. The dark vehicle continued to closely follow, flashed their brights, and motioned to her to pull over. Fear and confusion set in as Aunt Kay began to question what was going on. Why was the driver motioning for her to pull over? Was there something wrong with her car? And what the hell was that warning she felt? It would have been a severe situation if her car broke down out there, especially before cell phones. But she pressed onward. Just as her resolve wavered, she started questioning if she truly did feel what she felt. She started slowing back down when the dark vehicle picked up speed. It entered into oncoming traffic lane, came level to my aunt's car. The driver smiled, pointed, motioned, and mouthed the words, "Pull over," to my aunt. She said the second she looked into his eyes, she felt pure evil. She felt a horrible, sick feeling in the pit of her stomach, and again heard the words in her head, "Do not pull over." She described him as looking scary and greasy and noticed he was missing a couple of teeth. She'll never forget that smile. That sent chills through her, and this quickly dispelled any thought she had of pulling over. She put the pedal to the metal, tried to lose him. He chased after her. She slowed down, he slowed down, she sped up, he sped up. It got to the point that he began to try to push her car off the road. Aunt Kay was to the point of tears as this creep continued to terrorize her alone, out in the middle of nowhere. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Aunt Kay sees a couple of semis off in the distance. She felt if only she could get close or even get between those trucks, she would be safe. So she took off. He continued to flash his lights and honk his horn and try to hit her car till she got close enough to the trucks. As she got in between them, she saw the dark vehicle slow way down, and eventually disappear from view. She stayed with the trucks for a couple of hours until she felt safe enough to pull over at a gas station and cry. Fast forward several years. My aunt and uncle are married. He's working at a law firm and a high-profile criminal prosecutor in Las Vegas. She is now a full-time mom of several young children. Since I've known my aunt, she's been obsessed with true crime. Dateline, 2020, and unsolved mysteries were always playing at her house. This day was no different. She was folding laundry in the kitchen while listening to the TV in the other room. The interviewer was talking about a man who was being interviewed on death row. As she paired another match of socks, she heard the man describe one of his tactics for procuring victims. According to him, he would, quote-unquote, wait along the side of the highway. Car would go by with a family. He'd wait. Another car with a male driver would go by. He'd wait. But every so often, a car would go by with a pretty woman driving alone. So I'd pull out behind and follow him. I'd flash my brights, honk, and motion for them to pull over. Aunt Kay was paralyzed. Continued to listen. When they would eventually pull over, I'd tell them to pop the hood, and I'd be able to tell them what was wrong with their car. They would, and I'd yank a couple of wires. When the car wouldn't start, I'd tell them no problems. My buddy has a shop in the next town. I'd give you a ride. He'll give you a fair deal. My aunt slowly moved to the living room. They'd get in, and I'd rape and kill them. Bury them anywhere in the desert. When asked how many times he did this, he responded, "They'll never find out all the bodies. I can't even count." And how many got away? 2 or 3. My aunt stood alone, staring into the same toothless grin she saw on that highway that day. It was Henry Lee Lucas. That's a straight-up real story. A ruined dinner. I was with my girlfriend preparing dinner. The year was 2015. Everything seemed normal. I put on some music and the speakers were in my room. While we were cooking, I noticed that the music was no longer being listened to. I was surprised that something happened with the internet. Because it was Spotify, I went to the bedroom and I noticed that the playlist continued, but the volume knob had been set to 0. I didn't pay much attention to it at that moment. I set the knob again, went to the kitchen to continue with dinner. Not even 2 minutes passed when again, I noticed that no music was being heard. This time it seemed something strange to me. I lived alone and we were just my girlfriend and I. I went into my room and this time the knob was on and I could lightly hear some music. I was surprised because it was a physical and not a digital fault. Again, I turned the knob and returned to the kitchen. I tried not to think about it, and I would try to concentrate on cooking. This is when suddenly I clearly heard things on the floor this time of the studio, right next to my room. It bothered me, the idea of passing by these things instead of enjoying a pleasant evening with my girlfriend. I asked her if she'd heard that sound. She said no. I replied that it was clearly a noise from the studio. So she told me, well, let's take a look. In the effect that there was things on the floor, I wanted to think that maybe they'd simply fallen. We picked them up, turned off the lights, and left. We were in the kitchen again when we heard another noise. This time she could also appreciate it. I told her something's happening, and she, being a very religious person, told me not to worry. We went to the studio, and this time the light was on, and there was again some things thrown away. There were no windows open or wind currents, and it seemed very strange to us. We lifted everything, and before leaving, I pronounced aloud that I will leave the light on, and we retired kind of nervous. We had not reached the kitchen when noises were heard again. This time I was really afraid that it was a thief who had entered the house. We ran to the study, and the light was off, and a TV that was there was just static. We looked at each other and I told her that it was not normal, that something was happening. We should do something. She proposed to pray. We went to the kitchen. She took my hands. We said 2 prayers that she knew. And when we finished, something was heard again. I wanted to go see, but I was shocked to see that just outside the kitchen there was an inflatable toy that I used to have punch and fun in the studio. It was horrible. I had no idea how it got there. I felt very scared. I didn't know if it was something paranormal or a person entered the house and he was playing us the worst joke ever. My girlfriend asked what was wrong with me, why I stood at the door. I told her not to leave the kitchen, that I didn't want her to see that, but she leaned out and screamed. I tried to calm her down. Nothing had ever happened in that house. We were very scared, and at that moment the bell rang. I answered on the intercom, and nothing. Every time I was more nervous, but I tried to stay calm. I walked toward her and the bell rang again. I answered and nothing. I told her, let's get out of here. Something or someone's bothering us. It occurred to me to go to the house of the cousin who lived nearby. Then the lights started to blink. It was horrible. Getting to the street was a great relief, and by the way, it was completely desolate. We walked a few blocks until we reached my cousin's house. We told her everything while our hands were still shaking. She believed us, and she said that she had some holy water, that we had to go back because what happened to us was not normal. When we came back with the holy water, you could hear loud music from the street. We opened the door with fear, and immediately my cousin began to sprinkle holy water all over the place. The inflatable toy was in another place. It seemed that it had moved a few meters from where we saw it last time. The knob of the speakers was at maximum, and all the lights in the house were on. It seemed that they had another small party without us. It was horrible. Note, on the Spotify browser was written Rogaton, and the first playlist was playing. I hate reggaeton music. Never put that kind of music on before. I don't even know how it's spelled. Reggaeton. Okay, you spelled it wrong. Anyway. But it was written the same way I used to know it, and that was shocking. I was never skeptical to the paranormal, but I didn't believe everything I heard until that night. For my good luck, I can say that after using the holy water, nothing else happened in that house. I no longer lived there. I threw the toy, and that girlfriend is now my wife. And we know that all of that was real. These spirits or entities exist. We must be careful, have faith in God, and not let them disturb us. Hope I didn't bore you, and sorry for my English. Greetings from Ecuador. Shadow monster visits me. So around 2016, I'd been living in my new house for about a year or two with my mom's now ex-husband and my mom. After a while, it began to feel weird being alone there, and at night, it would feel like I was being watched from my hallway. I would go to sleep with the door open, never once falling asleep not facing the door. Anyway, after a few months of this, one night while falling asleep with my TV on, I wake in a dream. At this time, my bed was laid on the side in front of a large window and my door was on the opposite side of the room. So I think I'm awake, and I notice that on my side, my room is only faintly lit by an orange street lamp. And as I turn my head toward the door, something is in my doorway. It looked like the shadow monster from Stranger Things Season 2, but in a more humanoid form. yet it looked to be about 8 feet tall, and I could see no eyes, but it felt like the eyes of a predator were on me. It was arched in a way that felt like I was going to be attacked. I open my window, jump out, and run down the street. I'm running in jello about a half block down. I feel out of breath. I turn and look. I see my street and a street lamp. I try to run farther, but I can't. I turn around again and I see it standing there under the street lamp. It screams a loud, harmonious, guttural, and terrifying scream. A scream that makes your stomach drop. At that moment, I wake up. My abdomen shoots up and I'm gasping for air and crying. My TV's turned off and I was in darkness. I woke up around midnight, I believe, and I stayed up until 3 a.m. watching SpongeBob or something. I know the TV thing could be explained like automatic turn-off or my mom turning it off, but I have reason to believe that she didn't do that. I also had AT&T. Usually after a while it would go to some blue screen instead of turning off. Either way, waking up again in a way that the dream started terrified me. After that I smudged and I think I told whatever that was there to leave me alone. Now that I think about it, I believe I put salt in my bedroom doorway. I don't remember anything happening after that, but my mom and I ended up moving to another haunted place because she got a divorce, which I'll make another post about. If anybody has an idea about what this was, or has seen anything similar, I'd be interested in hearing. It doesn't feel human, and it happened in southeast Wisconsin. Angry demonic voice in Santa Cruz Mountains. So we were deciding to go somewhere haunted during the day. There's this cemetery in Santa Cruz. We decided to check it out. We go in and walk around and nothing out of the ordinary happened, so we decide to leave. The cemetery's on a supposed haunted road that leads up into the woods. This road is said to be haunted by a lady in white that tries to hitchhike into your car. I'd forgotten about this fact until after the day. All right, so along this road, we're driving down and it leads into a forest area. A couple of miles down from the cemetery, you can pull to the side of the road and walk along this hiking trail. So we decide to hike this trail because I completely forgot the road was also haunted. So I wasn't even looking for anything paranormal. Anyways, we start hiking this trail in the afternoon. 10 minutes into the trail, we stumble along abandoned train tracks and a barely standing bridge for the train that used to run along those tracks. It looks cool, so we decide to go down this hill right by the bridge that lets you go under a dilapidated bridge. We go down there and just mess around, looking at the cool architecture. After we had our view, we start back up that little hill that led back to the trail. When we get to the top, we're a little exhausted, as the hill is kind of steep and you have to use the trees around you as leverage to climb back up. So we're standing around back at the top of the trail when we both notice something out of the ordinary. We hear a voice, like a grown man shouting and screaming very angrily. And when I say angry, I mean angry. This voice sounded like rage-filled, hatefully murderous. And it sounded like a man. We quiet down and I can tell the voice was very far away. Almost sounded like it was like in the mountains around us. Sounded more than 500 feet away for sure. We both look at each other like, the fuck is that? We stand around listening for like 15 seconds. And the next thing we know, the voice came down the trail for what sounded like hundreds of feet away, being like right down to the end of the trail. The inhuman speed, the voice, came closer to us and it was unnatural. I noticed the voice coming from down the trail, and I'm thinking to myself, this voice sounds like it's from someone who's about to kill someone out of rage. But the weird thing is that the voice is speaking what I can only call gibberish. I understood not one word it was saying. I instantly get this fight or flight feeling all in my body, because this voice starts getting very loud and close to us in an inhuman speed. I tell my brother to pick up some huge sticks with me to defend ourselves. Even though this voice came out of nowhere and moved down the trail at lightning speed, I still had the assumption it was some kind of crazy person ready to kill someone. We pick up the sticks, run down the trail back to the car. Now here's the weird part. As we're running away, at least as we're running away from this voice that's coming down the other end of the trail, I hear the voice come up behind us in an instant. It sounded like he was no more than 10 feet behind us, chasing us back to the car. I turn around even though I don't want to, because I have to see how close the psycho is from us. As I look back, I hear the voice right behind me, and I see no one. I tell my brother to run faster. The voice is right behind us, yelling in absolute rage, but I see no one chasing us. We start picking up speed, and the craziest thing in my life happened. The voice starts panning around us in 360 degrees of audio. I hear the voice yelling in gibberish right behind me. Then it starts panning to my left through the trees just off the trail. Then the voice is in front of us, and it slides to the right side of the trail, then back behind us in all a matter of 10 seconds. At this point, me and my brother are very creeped out, ran the rest of the trail back to the car. The voice kept following us down the trail. I remember after hearing the voice panning around us and hearing it reverberate through the woods, I started praying to Yahshua, otherwise known as Jesus Christ, to help me come out of here alive. After we make it around halfway down the trail, the voice disappears. I remember slowing down, exhausted, and we started talking about what we heard. I asked my brother if he also heard the voice slide in circles around us, and he said he heard it too. At that point, I knew I wasn't hallucinating or imagining it. I asked my brother if he heard how it sounded like gibberish, but like a man screaming at the top of his lungs in rage. He said he heard the same thing. And, well, that's when I remember the whole road was haunted, and not just the cemetery. I'd been down that trail alone a few months before this experience, and had nothing weird happen, honestly. This was one of the weirdest things that I've ever experienced in my entire life. To this day, I've never been back down to that trail, and I never plan on it either. Everything I've written down is the absolute truth. Nothing's been altered. The Santa Cruz area and the mountains are known for cults and very dark magic being performed in them. If you have any questions about our experience, feel free to ask. Also, please upvote this, because it took me quite a while to write. Stay safe out there, everyone. During the onset of hypothermia, something strange happened. This happened many years ago. It was like 2010 or 2011, I think. It was winter break, and I was out in the woods camping with 3 friends. I've been camping on almost a weekly basis for years, and occasionally for my whole life, it was like pretty familiar with the whole experience of it. For some reason, I was really complacent this time, and I didn't prepare very well. It's about 0 degrees Fahrenheit, well below freezing, and I just have a sweatshirt and a jacket. I was walking around and I was doing fine, although my feet were cold, I remember. We found our spot to make camp for the night. We don't use tents or sleeping bags. We build a fire and we chat. I'm growing increasingly miserable as I can't get warm, even with the fire going, especially my feet. I got my feet really close to the fire with boots on, and I can't tell if they're warming up or not. I take the boots off and I still can't tell. Can't keep them too close because they'll burn. I'm so cold I won't feel it if they do. I remember being so desperate for warmth, I repeatedly asked my friends if they'd give me anything they have. The only extra piece of gear anybody had was a poncho. I took it, knowing that it'd probably do nothing, but I'm really desperate and I wrapped it up like a blanket. I didn't want to be the reason that we had to pack up and go back early in the first night, so I try to just endure this as best I can. I'm laying there on the ground so damn cold, and I remember feeling a bit sleepy. I went into it and I passed out. After some unknown amount of time, everything from here was just kind of relayed to me later. Some large creature comes crashing through the forest, snapping branches, making all kinds of crazy sounds. My friends try to wake me up, but I'm unconscious from the cold and won't wake up. This creature comes up to the right from behind where I'm laying on the ground. My friends are yelling at it, and it supposedly is acting very loud and seemingly aggressive, shaking trees right behind me, maybe about 15 feet away. This would be a good point to mention that there are no bears or major game in this area other than deer. Friends and I all grew up in a wooded country area and know the behavior of deer well. They don't violently break and shake trees with this intensity. This creature has a standoff with my friends for a few minutes. They still won't wake up. They make the decision to escape with their own lives and leave me lying there on the ground. I don't blame them. Do what you gotta do. Sometime in less than what I guessed to be 30 minutes after this, I woke up. I felt a strange sense of peace and comfort. Somehow I was warm, despite hours next to the fire and still descending into hypothermia and temperatures continuing to drop. Nobody tending the fire, I woke up and was warm. I woke up and, as I said, with a feeling of peace. Immediately noticing my friends aren't here with me. I'm unfazed by it, and I'm just perfectly content to sit there and exist. After maybe about 10 minutes or so of sitting there, awake and warm, I hear my friends coming back. They see from a distance my silhouette sitting next to the fire and run back. They're urgently asking me questions if I'm okay and what happened. Told them I don't know what they're talking about. They relayed this to me, and their decision was we're going back home early because of that. Not because of the cold. It wasn't the reason that they went back, but we all talked about our experiences. We were pretty confused by the whole thing. My feet were purple for like 2 months. I constantly had a slight feeling of being cold, and the skin on my feet and legs hurt for a long while. Healed up fine though. I think I'll get colder easier now though. Been about 10 years since this happened. Everybody's still very serious about it. I'm very convinced that it's not a joke. Anyway, that's one of the strange things that's happened in the woods. Been thinking of sharing something for a while, and here it is. Connection with someone in another universe. I'd appreciate if somebody read this and provided me with answers, or maybe a similar personal experience. I'll try. A couple of years ago, I, at the time a 17-year-old female, was admitted to the mental hospital for suicide attempts and self-harm. After I'd filled out some papers and had everything sorted out for my hospital stay, I was brought into the day room to meet other patients. I sat down and introduced myself. Then my eyes landed on one of the girls, and I froze. I could have sworn I knew her from somewhere. but it wasn't a weird feeling I got. I had to just make myself focus on the other people and conversations, or else I would just keep thinking about how I knew her. I noticed she looked at me a few times too, like she was trying to figure me out. Later in the meal room, she was staring a hole into me. I noticed something was telling me her name was Kelsey. Can't explain it, but I was being told that was her name. Their last name was on the tip of my tongue. Finally, she spoke up and said, "Do I know you from somewhere?" I told her that, I'd been thinking the same thing about her. I asked her where she was from, what her name was, and she replied, "Kelsey B." I swear, my heart stopped for a second. Even the last name that was on the tip of my tongue. I'm using B to protect her identity. I told her my name and she replied, "I know your name from somewhere, I just don't know where from." We spent the next half hour trying to find any possibility of how we could know each other. While we were talking, it felt like I literally knew this girl. However, no family, mutual friends, mutual activities, or clubs. And she had never been to the area I lived in, but I knew her face and voice and name before she even said it. When I got out of the hospital, I searched for her. I found nothing. The past few years, every few months, I searched for her using every way possible. When I think of her, I get a yearning feeling. My chest and stomach ache. She wasn't supposed to be a long-term patient, so she's not still in there. What teenage, now adult girl has no social media? Can't explain it. Do we know each other in a different universe? Do we have connections from our past lives? There's no way this is a coincidence. It's happened to me. The closest to a ghost encounter that I've had. So 2 nights ago at about 1:30 a.m., my boyfriend and I are chilling in his car. We were parked in the driveway in front of the house for some quote-unquote outside time for a while. From my passenger side view, I'm able to see through the window of the living room diagonally into the kitchen, where the small light above the sink was on. We started talking about video games, so that made us get ready to head back inside. Though through the window, I saw a dark shadow pass from the kitchen light into the dark living room. I asked my boyfriend if he saw anything. Apparently he missed it. I'm always reading about supernatural things. So I keep moving my head back and forth to try to replicate the same shadow movement I saw, just to make sure I wasn't just jumping to conclusions. Came back with no results. For more detail, it was pretty quick. If it were a person, it would be like I only saw them from shoulder down by the time I noticed to go into the dark. About then, which was only probably like a minute later, the kitchen light goes out. My boyfriend saw it too. "It's probably my mom," he said. "Yeah, but isn't it always on? That's weird," I said. So yeah, I'm a wee spooked, but whatever. Then the light turns back on. Again, like a minute later, and there's the same shadow. It was only seconds before it walked away again, but it stood still, and I made out a body and an arm. The whole dark figure had a feminine frame, and looked as if they were dragging their hand while looking out the window. The sink window leads to the backyard. Now I'm spooked as fuck. My boyfriend was confused, but insisted it was his mom probably not being able to sleep. I get pretty spooked easily, but it was weird actually having a real visual piece of evidence. Anyway, we go back inside, and I'm like scanning the room for any evidence of anything. I saw nothing. There was absolute silence. My boyfriend's parents were asleep. I was acting so weird. I was so scared, honestly. I was so freaked that my boyfriend thought I was messing with him. Anyway, I wanted to post this that night, but decided it wasn't cool and probably his mom until now. So we're all eating and I hear my boyfriend mention the story above. He started noticing that he'd go from our room to the kitchen, get snacks and drinks, and, well, within like 20 to 50-minute intervals, the light would either go on or off, with no sounds of his parents moving. And then, y'all, his mom straight up replied, "Oh yeah, there was a lady who died in that living room, you know? It's probably her." I kid you not, I froze. Then I learned that the lady who died was best friends with the neighbor across the street who's a writer. When the writer would get up at odd hours to do her typing, she would see from her window the shadow of her friend. She literally knocked on their door one night to let them know her friend's ghost is there. What? So, now I'm here. Sorry I included so many details, but this is just so cool to me. Basement spirits in an old house. It happened probably when I was about 5, I want to say. It was before my family moved states. We lived in a 2-story house in New England. I'd say our house was at least 100 years old. Some might say 200. That doesn't exactly explain the phenomenon that I witnessed. But maybe it had been the site of another house at one time, but I'm not sure. A little backstory. I was a pretty sensitive kid, and I was very in tune, especially around this age. My mom told me that she'd often be thinking of something like, "I want to make chicken for dinner." Then I'd ask her if we could have chicken for dinner. That sort of funny thing. It seems dumb and silly, but I also think it's a bit telling. Our laundry units were in the basement of this house. My mom never liked going down there much because it was wet and pretty dark. It smelled like earth. One day she was carrying me down with her, put a load of laundry in the machine. I asked her, and I remember this pretty clearly, who's those people in the corner and what they were. She freaked out and asked what I was talking about. I remember I saw 2 people there, sort of see-through and sort of floating above the ground in the upper corner. One was an adult woman, one was a young boy. They both had buckles on their shoes, I told my mom. Note, I was too young to know about pilgrims or old-fashioned clothing at this age. I didn't learn history in school yet at all. They were wearing, well, odd clothes, too. I told my mom. Mom looks angry, but the little boy says it's okay. I remember that. The apparition of the woman did look very unhappy and it scared me, but her son spoke to me and told me it was cool. Anyway, after relaying all this to my mom, she freaks out and we went upstairs fast. I'm not sure what it was. Like I said, I wasn't learning about history at that young age, but, well, didn't watch much TV either. Went to an alternative school. I was always kind of just put off by old things and scared of them. We lived in a very historically rich town and neighborhood. It was famous for the War of Independence. A strange small person with large eyes. I was probably 11 or 12. This happened a long ways down our street. On the corner, there was a 2-story greenhouse with a large red gate. We lived in a historical neighborhood in the south. I can't remember if we were driving or walking when I saw what I saw. It happened sort of fast, I think. Well, I looked over. I saw a being short and stocky in stature. It was standing and sort of looking over a metal red gate. They had very large eyes, almost like the movie Big Eyes, with the paintings by Margaret Keane. They, whoever they were, also had brown, scruffy hair, and was, I think, wearing a large t-shirt, almost cartoonish, like a drawing. I've always been sensitive. Try to block things out, if that makes sense. I don't want to see anything that wasn't in our world. I wasn't even sure what I saw that day. If it was just a very odd-looking person or something else, I don't know. But it made me shudder and blink to double-check what I saw was there. Ever since I saw something there, behind the red gate, whenever we'd pass, I'd feel uncomfortable and pray I didn't see what I saw again, which makes me think that it was more than normal. Another idea for a creepy rabbit hole thread to explore during lockdown. Know any weird, creepy childhood memories that only you seem to remember? This has been asked before, but I felt like asking it again as the results were so fascinating, and all were very varied. The original asker of the question remembered having unexplainable memories of them seeing an ape being escorted by 2 soldiers into a bunker that was triggered by seeing an ape in a zoo for the first time. I have several, but my best one would be this one about a strange VHS. In my house in the early 2000s, I had loads of VHS tapes, and I remember watching them over and over. There was only one I recall putting on twice, and even then I only briefly saw what I had on it. It was some animation with puppets, which might have been stop-motion animated or puppets controlled like the way Muppets are with strings and Thunderbirds. Can't remember. It might have been a mix, but in a few shots, they're burned into my memory of this thing. The puppets looked like they were being controlled like Muppets, but sure as hell weren't as family-friendly looking. The first time I put the video in there is this scene of a little boy sleeping in his bed in a dark room. I remember he probably had red hair and looked somewhat realistic, which is what was scary about this show or film. I'm from the UK, and I used to watch Rosie and Jim. If you haven't heard of it, look it up. The character Jim is what this boy looked like, except, well, more realistic. The boy's head is only seen lying on a pillow. Then an old man, which I guess is his granddad, is seen talking to him by the bedside. The old man looks kind of like the doctor from Back in the Future, but as a realistic puppet. I remember my dad seeing me watching this and being like, "Turn this off, whatever this is." Then I put the video in again, some other time, I guess, and, well, I saw a different scene. The boy was outside in daytime in some backyard or alleyway. I don't know. It was some place outside of a house. There was a shot of a boy looking at me, and then a shot of an old man standing on his doorstep looking at the boy. I think there was a dog barking in the background too. Weird, I know. This video was so spooky, like it had no box or any label identifying it. I remember finding such a video and putting it in again, hoping that it wasn't the scary puppets, and was relieved to see it was Pingu. I remember watching a short film from the early 90s called Tom Thumb. It featured stop-motion puppets and real humans which kind of looked like this. It might have been some surreal short film made by a similar artist. The grainy quality of the show and film makes me think it must have been made from the 60s or 90s. It's a mystery as to what this video thing was meant to be, how it ended up in our house, and what became of it. The only thing to make me question my firm disbelief in the paranormal. Now, for the sake of context, to that specific night, I was home alone with my 2 dogs. It was late at night, so it was completely dark outside, aside from a dim light shining partially over my neighbor's fence into my yard. It was about 2 a.m. I was up late, no longer lifing another Skyrim playthrough. My dogs started to bark a little bit, which usually means that they hear or see either a person or an animal. So I walked out and looked out the sliding glass door and saw nothing. So I told them to stop, went back to my room. About 10 minutes later, I hear the loudest yelp from my husky ever. For all the husky owners out there, you know that huskies yelping isn't uncommon because they're a very vocal breed. But this was different. In the year and a half in the year and a half that I've had her, I've accidentally stepped on her tail and stuff has fallen and scared her, but she's never been bitten by another dog. She has been bit by another dog, and I've never heard her yelp this loud. I ran out to the living room and see what's going on. Her and my German Shepherd were lying together under the dining room table, shaking. She had a small drop of blood on her ear, and my dogs never lay with each other. Don't get me wrong, they do love each other, but whenever one gets close to the other, it always results in a play fight. So they generally will lay separately, unless they want to play. I assumed it was an animal, and considering my neighborhood borders a foresty area, I grabbed my dad's pistol, just in case it was a rabbit, or because occasionally we'll get some rabid raccoons in my town. I've heard stories about even rabid coyotes. I walk out and turn the light on and look out the window. For about 5 seconds, I saw nothing. And right when I was about to look away, I heard the gravel crunch. I looked back out again. I again saw nothing. So I decided since I have a pistol, I'm probably safe to walk out. And right as I reached for the door, a hand came flying toward the part of the glass right next to my face, and what appeared to be a male in his late teens to early 20s stared at me with a blank, expressionless face. Normally, I'd assume this was either some lunatic or someone trying to fuck with me, if not for the fact that his eyes were reflective, deep black, almost like obsidian. I also don't know if this is cliché or not, but I've never felt such a sense of terror my entire life. I've been in life-threatening situations before. I've dealt with a home intruder before. I've been shot at before. But I've never felt such a primal and intense sense of terror my entire life. The shock made me fall over. But I looked back with the gun trained. He was gone. I was still in a state of shock. So instead of going out there alone, I called my neighbor and he came with a shotgun. We both went out back together. That's my dog. I saw nothing. Not a person, not any footprint in the gravel or dirt. No handprints on the window. Literally nothing. So I decided it probably wasn't worth filing a police report. Well, I checked over the security camera footage and saw nothing as well. I used a fingerprint kit on the glass and found nothing aside from myself and my dad's prints. It's been about 4 days so far, and I haven't seen anything, but I left some cornstarch in the backyard to see if there are any prints there. I haven't seen any. This house has been in my family for 60 years now. There hasn't been any notable instance that would lead me to believe that a spirit has a reason to haunt my house, considering they do exist. My grandfather bought this house directly after it was built, so we would probably know if anything happened. As far as the area, it's a relatively peaceful community. As far as accidents or murders, there aren't any, and at least any I've been linked to. I don't think any have happened to my area. Again, I'm an extremely skeptical person, so I would like to believe that this was just someone messing with me. But I didn't recognize the person. I don't know how a person could achieve making their eyes look like that aside from contact lenses. But I feel like if somebody scared me with contact lenses, I'd probably know them. And everyone that knows me understands that they could get shot or bit by dogs if they pull some shit like that. Again, I'm on bad terms with the local church, and I don't know anyone from other churches, so I'm reluctant to go look there for help. The only reason I can think of that, maybe something that isn't human, is my ex was borderline obsessed with the occult, and when she cheated on me, I broke up with her and grilled her for a few hours. So I guess it is possible that she did something to my house. I don't know. We've been broken up for over a year now. I haven't seen her since then. Moma apparition. In order to understand my story better, I need to know what a Mona is. It's a term from my people's native language. It's from Guam, and it translates as forefathers, but it has a broader meaning than that. Our culture, before the introduction of Catholicism by the Spanish conquistadors, practiced spiritual worship, veneration of deceased ancestors. The Mona. They were believed to play an active role in our daily lives. This belief and the inspired traditions are still prevalent in our culture today. You'd also need to know, well, what a latte stone is, or perhaps it's pronounced lat, L-A-T-T-E. Lat stones are a stone sculpture consisting of a tapering, like an ascending foundation with a bowl-shaped stone placed on top. It's not hollowed out. These were used to elevate huts by our ancestors, and as grave markers as well. Some are as small as 3 feet tall, and others are as high as 15. I lived in a modern development at the top of a hill called Lat Heights. I was an adolescent, at least then. It's called Lat Heights because there's an authentic ancient Lat stone park at one of the end of the several Lat stones carved in place by our ancestors. These were not disturbed by the developers of the housing track. There's a park on the opposite end of the development, about 3/4 mile away. There's also a parkway that connects the two that run through the entire Lat Heights development. Along that parkway, where it intersects with streets, there's bus stops where we caught the buses to school. When I was in my teens, the bus stops were made of wood and were essentially an 8-foot square wooden box lined with benches on the inside and an opening facing the street. One night, my friend and I were smoking a cigarette in a bus stop, from which the backside had been kicked out. We were just chilling, talking shit, as teens do. This is when the bushes and the tall grasses around 8 feet tall across the street started rustling quite violently. Much like if a bear were in them. And of course, there were no bears in Guam. So we were just laughing and saying that it was a Mona, but we're only mildly spooked by it. We continued to smoke and kind of joke about the Mona in the bushes. Suddenly, then the bushes behind us started rustling violently in the same fashion. I recall that the back of the bus stop had been knocked out and was open to the vegetation that lined the parkway. We were completely freaked out because nothing had crossed the street, nor was there any pause in the activity across the street and the rustling behind us. The transition was instantaneous. One moment it was across the street, the next it was behind us. Naturally, we leapt out from the bus stop. My heart was tearing out of my chest. I'm sure my friends was too. We commented to one another that this was indeed a Mona, so we decided to finish our cigarette in the path between two of our friends' houses. which were just a few yards from that bus stop. Why didn't we run? Well, tautaumanas are not exactly feared. Their role, at least to the living, is like that of a respected elder. You only fear them if you've done something really bad. Anyway, no sooner had we taken a puff when the figure of a young woman emerged from behind the house on the right. It kind of floated in the distance to behind the house on the left. We were stunned and paralyzed. She had no legs. Just a white cloud, dense but opaque, clearly female from head to about mid-thigh. She didn't walk. She floated exceptionally smoothly over an uneven path. Well, we gathered the courage that we followed that figure, which had disappeared despite the 10-foot-tall cinder-block fence obstructing the path. There was absolutely nowhere for a living person to hide. The only explanation for me was that it was not a person, but a spirit. I'll never forget that experience. It was a long time ago, but still as vivid today as it was when it happened. I don't think she was trying to scare us or anything, at least not to terrorize us. She may have been doing her duty as a tautaumana to reprimand us for being out late and smoking cigarettes, using profanity. She may have just been, well, being playful, perhaps just entertaining herself and all of us at the same time. I saw my father's dead ex-girlfriend as a small child who I'd never heard of before. I have no explanation for it. This is how my parents have always told this story to me. I was 3 at the time, so I really don't remember it all personally. But this is the story that, well, they say I told them. My mom says that one night in the middle of the night, I came bursting into her room, hysterical. I was telling them to get the lady with the hole in her stomach out of my room. My parents, obviously perplexed, went into my room and checked it out. They found nothing except my dad said my room was freezing. It was the middle of summer. We didn't have air conditioning, so it was weird. My parents assumed it was like a nightmare and asked me to describe the woman to them. They said my description was incredibly vivid, that I described her hair and her face and what she was wearing and very specific birthmarks that she had. My mom said my dad's face would just, well, after the explanation, went pale. He just walked outside, apparently. My mom, once she got to calm down, put me down to sleep and went outside to talk to my dad. My dad broke down once she went outside, told her the story of the first girlfriend, the only other girl he'd been dating seriously beside my mom. My dad's first girlfriend killed herself by shooting herself in the stomach. Whew. He was so freaked out because I had described her to a T, even mentioning her very specific birthmarks. My mom had never heard about her before this point, as my dad didn't like to talk about it. She, his ex-girlfriend, called him the morning before she killed herself. He didn't catch her call because he was out surfing with his friends. My mom has speculation on why she chose to haunt me. She thinks she had to tell my dad something. There are speculations on what that something is. Also, it's highly speculated among her friends, and my dad believes it too, that she didn't commit suicide, but was murdered by her current boyfriend at the time. My dad and her were already broken up by the time she committed suicide. The Haunting of the Cobblestone Square. Before we begin, we must understand that everything you will read is absolutely true, and the events continue to this day. was last summer. My girlfriend, who's now my wife, we both made a big decision to move in together. Cobblestone Square is a situation of apartment complexes, surrounded a center park. After living in another apartment for 2 years, I learned a bigger apartment was opening up on the other side of the complex. We needed bigger space because my wife had 2 children from a previous marriage. After a rushed inspection, we were happy to move in as June started. The months passed by, and the days grew shorter and colder. Autumn was drawing close, and with it, that's when the trouble began. In all the stories and movies, it starts out small. Things moving place to place, lights being left on, all chalked up to forgetfulness. This was true in our case. We didn't think much of it, but only started to escalate with the children. Our apartment is set up with 2 bedrooms and a bath on the opposite end of each other. In our bedroom, we have our own private bathroom, and next to the kids' room is a small hallway leading to their own bathroom. We would give them baths here and potty train, and almost as if flicking a switch, when the autumn month came, our youngest, a 2-year-old girl, would absolutely hate going in that bathroom. At the mere mention of bath time, she would go into hysterics, or on good days, she would sit in the tub, and in the process of bathing, she would look past myself or my wife and start screaming and crying. Well, oftentimes, something would catch her eye in the mirror, and she would also start crying like mad. The most unsettling part would be as soon as we took her out of the bathroom, she would stop and act like nothing happened. Our son, who was 4 at the time, also would run up to us and say that he would be hearing a voice say, "Uppy," which is a common saying among the children when they wanted to be held. We asked if it was his sister, and he would profusely say that it wasn't her, but he did say it sounded like a kid. This happened a few times. With my wife being separated from her first husband and splitting custody, we would have the children come live with us every other week. On the weeks that the children would go stay with their dad, the activity would seem to die down. But that didn't mean it wouldn't happen. I asked my wife what she remembered from the last year. She recounted a time when she didn't have the children, and she was cleaning the house. She noticed the kids' door was open. We usually keep it closed, but thought that maybe I went into their room for something. Checking to see if I was inside and seeing that I wasn't, she closed the door and didn't think much of it. It wasn't until a while later that she went to use the kids' bathroom and saw that the door was open again. She found me in our room and asked if I'd opened it. I said I didn't. With more incidents of lights being found and doors opening, it all came to a head near the end of October when I was washing dishes in the kitchen. Above the sink, facing the living room, is a small window that allows someone in the kitchen to look out into the dining room and living room, and, additionally, the back door. It's a sliding glass door, which is going to be an important detail. After the kids had been put to bed and were asleep, my wife and I set out our nightly duties of chores to finish before the next day started. As I was washing dishes, I looked up from the sink and saw in the glass of the sliding glass door a reflection of a large shadow in the hallway to the kids' bathroom. It quickly entered the bathroom, and I immediately walked over, turning on the light and seeing nothing there. Went to my bedroom where my wife was vacuuming, and I asked her if she could, by chance went into the kids' bathroom for whatever reason. I wasn't surprised by her response when she said no, and, I told her what I saw. It was after this event and subsequent Halloween that all the activity seemed to stop. Months passed by again, and jumped to 2020 in August. As soon as the activity started again, I started to keep a journal of all the findings. That way there was a record. On August 10th, I went out to go to the bathroom in the kids' bathroom before going to bed. Heard a small child giggle. Both children were fast asleep. August 11th, my wife was bathing our daughter, and in the first time in a year, our little girl started to shriek in fear until she was out of the bathroom. August 13th, while getting ready for bed, our son knocked on our door. I'm always the one to answer. He told me that he was afraid. He wouldn't elaborate on that, but when I laid down on his bed, he begged for the closet to be closed. The closet had never been a problem, and a few nights after this, we returned to being open, haven't experienced something like this again. August 15th, my wife and I had an argument. I went out to the couch to sleep for the night. As I was tossing and turning, I heard a child's voice in the night say, "Uh-huh," as if answering a question. I forced myself to go to sleep. Both myself and my wife have caught our son speaking to himself as well. My wife told me that once she heard him saying, "Ow, stop it, you're hurting me." And when she went to go check on him, he was in the hallway by the kids' bathroom, holding his arm. During the daytime, the kids were playing, and both me and my wife were doing our own thing. As I was sitting on the couch, our son runs behind the couch, stops, and then says, "And how would you do that?" out of the blue. I turn to him and ask him what he's talking to or who. And after a moment's hesitation, he says, "Nobody." I told him I heard him say something, and then he insisted that he didn't say anything. One occasion, my wife was sleeping on the couch and in the middle of the night heard a man whisper and say, "Don't get up," to which she promptly obeyed. It was the night after that I woke up from my sleep in bed to see a shadow shape standing over me with piercing red eyes. Felt as if it was going to hurt me. My wife and I have naturally begun our interest into the spiritual world. We began researching and looking for ways to go about this. We've purchased a Ouija board with no results, and from a medium a supposedly haunted ring. Our apartment was going to be haunted. We wanted to know by who and with what intentions. It seemed as if our mail-order ghost has always made their home as one morning our front door was unlocked and slightly ajar, but nothing was stolen. Tonight, as I write this, my wife and I were watching TV on the couch and decided to call it a night. But as we went to our bedroom, I noticed a low scratching sound coming from the record player. I opened it up and saw that the turntable was moving as the needle was off its holder. Turning the record player on, I replaced the needle, and I tried sort of knocking the player a few times to see if it could be easily bumped and knocked off. But nope. The only way to move that needle was to pick it up with your finger and set it down. I was reminded that, one other time that this happened, long before we had any haunted items. I am thoroughly convinced my apartment is haunted. People die in them way too often to think it's not a possibility. If nobody died here, the cemetery across the road definitely doesn't bring me any comfort. As I write this, I can say that two distinct entities can be somewhat accounted for: a small child ghost and something else. Or maybe something that wants to be viewed as a child. But let's think happy thoughts. We still live here to this day, and if any new events happen, I can be sure to add them to the comments. Autumn is just beginning, and that's when things seem to get really interesting around here. Amazon Echo talking to me after Grandma died. So this summer, my elderly grandma got dramatically less healthy and began living with my parents. My parents have a den in the front of the house and a staircase that begins off the same foyer. Anyway, They tried to make Grandma as comfortable as possible for the last few months of her life. They moved a TV in there and a few of her things from home. My sister got a brand new Echo show to display the time and weather. Sadly, Grandma began to show signs that she was nearing the end. I came back home to see her for a few days before she passed. While it was definitely, uneasy watching a loved one pass, it didn't seem creepy or unnerving. Everything seemed normal. The echo in the corner, her in her bed, and the visitors coming and going. About a week later, she passed in her room, and that evening went back into that room, and the Amazon Echo was just, it yelled out the time. I'd never done that before, scared me to death. I continued to sit in the den and play the piano in there. Then suddenly it happened. I ran out of there and asked my mom if she'd heard it in the next room. She had, but didn't think much of it. I figured it's just a random tech thing. Fast forward to tonight. We're back visiting for Labor Day weekend, and as I'm carrying things up that staircase across the foyer, it yelled out the time again. I about threw my suitcase. Then, as I gathered myself, it did it again. I ran upstairs, and this time my fiancé heard it. I know I'm not crazy, and this happened multiple times. I've Googled, can Echo talk without prompt? Amazon's proximity telling time. There's a motion sense talking. But there's no TV on, and it's silent except the AC running. My fiancé said that it's her saying hi to me or something. But I don't buy that. There's got to be a rational reason why this is happening. And the rational reason why this video is over is because it is indeed over. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, from the realms of the supernatural. Stay connected. Gently place a comment down there. Don't drop it. Get ready for a journey that transcends the boundaries of reality. We hope you're as intrigued as I am. Summer camp. This happened to me in June of 2019. I had turned 17 a month earlier. I was mentoring a group at a summer camp. The events of this story take place in Anjala, southern Finland. Finnish is my main language, not English, so pardon me for the mistakes. There's an old manor in the school center where the camp was held. The manor is really beautiful. It's built in the 17th century, I guess. Very much ghost house material. It's surrounded by a forest, and there's 2 roads that lead up to the front yard. The manor is open for visitors, and for that 1 week our camp instructors had a key to the back door. There was another summer camp at the same time with us, because the school center was so big, and we shared the key with them. We spent time in the mansion almost every morning, doing activities such as singing and playing. One night, when I was going to bed, I realized that I'd forgotten my phone inside the manor. It was necessary for me to get it back. I had wake-up alarms and I had to call home, so I went to the camp instructor's flat to get the keys. Unfortunately, they had given me the keys to another camp's night watch, and I had to find her. Because the school center was quite large and I had no flashlight, it took me a while to find her. While giving me the keys, the night watch told me that she had seen some movement in the edge of the field. The school center was surrounded by fields and forests, and the edge of the fields is where the forest began and where the manor was located. I noted that, but I didn't think of it as much, especially when time passed. It took me 5 minutes to get to the manor. The front yard was dark because it was something like 11 p.m. or 12. I went straight to the back of the manor. I think one important thing to note is the fact that the backyard was wide. There were no trees, only grass. So I was fully visible when searching the back door. The only door I found was the one that I had been using during the evening activities. But that door could only be opened from the inside. The whole time I kind of felt like strange, probably what the night watch had told me, but standing alone on the veranda at night in the back of this empty mansion, I had suddenly a feeling that someone was watching me. Because I'm young and have no, chill, didn't even know where the right door was, I decided to go to the building where I stayed with the other mentors, and then have my friend go back in the manor with me. I left the manor without looking back because the atmosphere was disturbing. My friend was still awake, so I asked her to come with me to get my phone. On her way to the manor, she told me that the right door was actually a side door that was located in the edge of the forest. We hadn't even arrived to the front yard of the manor when we saw it. 3 figures moving fast from the back manor all the way across the front yard and then disappearing into the forest. We just stood there and held our breath. Those guys obviously hadn't seen us because they just vanished. Me and my friend waited for them to come back, but because they didn't show up, we continued our way to the manor. After this, we spent like 15 minutes inside the building. My phone wasn't there, so we left and gave the keys back to the night watch. We also told her that, what we had seen. She called the guards, but they didn't find anyone. I did find my phone was under a couch in the building, and I stayed. I don't know what I saw that night. It all happened so fast, but I think the figures in the forest were waiting for someone to show up and open the manor doors so they could go in. When I arrived there alone, they probably thought that that was their time. But since I couldn't open the door and left, they must have thought that I was just checking the locks or something, and then they just left. All I can think about now is, what could have happened if I had managed to open the door at first try? The manor is huge, and it's far from all the other buildings in that site. I discovered this subreddit today, and I want to share something that I can't explain. This happened in late 2020. I don't remember exactly, but around November, so a few months ago. I live in a 2-bedroom hall and a kitchen. It's like an apartment in a group of apartment buildings arranged in a rectangle with all buildings connected to each other by a common terrace. Our apartment's on the 5th floor, which is the top floor of the building. Both of the bedrooms have a balcony attached to it, separated by a door. Balconies of all apartment faces inside, and the rectangle formed by the buildings remains surprisingly quiet, even though the building's a pretty busy part of the city. Both balconies have clotheslines running on its outer side. Keep a small bucket full of clothes and pegs and clips. We keep this bucket in one of the balconies. It's usually left in one where, we last dried clothes. We've installed wire nets in both balconies to stop pigeons from entering. There's many pigeons in the area. They usually destroy plants and sometimes hurt themselves with stuff lying around the balconies. Note that after installing those nets, we never had an incident of a pigeon entering the balcony again. Those nets were tightly fitted with no gaps large enough for any pigeon to enter. Till that day. I live with my parents. Me and my mom were the only people in our apartment. Dad leaves for work early in the morning. My mom was doing some daily chores. I was doing some freelance coding work at the time, so I had my laptop and a study table in my room and I was working on it. It was a client's project. The bucket of pegs and clips was on the balcony attached to my room. I knew this because I saw it earlier in the morning when I went to the balcony. Early in the morning, Mom had hanged some clothes and put them up to dry in the balcony so the bucket had some pegs left in it. Sometime before noon, I suddenly started hearing the sound of clothes pegs being dropped on the floor, one by one in the balcony, in a weirdly kind of constant tempo. At first, I thought that it was my mom taking dried clothes off the clothesline. She had the habit of just throwing the pegs on the floor instead of aiming for the bucket, when in a hurry especially. But when she came to my room, after she heard the sounds as well, realized that there was something else. Maybe a pigeon might have managed to get through the net. So we both head toward the balcony door. And as soon as we turned the doorknob, the sound stopped. We very much expected to see a pigeon flapping around trying to find the gap again. But as we open the door, we see there's nothing in the balcony, just pegs scattered on the floor, and a few left inside the bucket. No pigeon or anything else. Not even a sound of a pigeon flapping and flying away, just complete silence. My mom said it must be a pigeon, but honestly, I don't know if it was. Firstly, there's no way a pigeon could get past the nets. Also, the level at which the pegs were in the bucket was very low. It would have been hard for a pigeon to reach that deep in a bucket while sitting on the edge. And if it was inside the bucket, it would be impossible for it to fly away silently without us noticing at the time it did. It should have made at least some noise from flapping its wings or from its paws against the plastic bucket and the pegs. If we consider that it was indeed a pigeon, then from the moment we installed the nets and balconies till now, this was the only time a pigeon managed to get past the net, and also managed to leave without us seeing it. My middle name is inherited after my mom's friend who died in a car crash as teens. Some backstory. In 1980, my mom was heading to a basketball game with her two friends. Her friend Dawn was driving, 16 years old, missed a turn on an old Montana road during night, went into the fields. Seatbelts weren't really a thing, but Dawn died on impact. My mom was in the middle seat. It was an old truck. She went flying through the windshield. The other girl took the least of the crash and was able to walk to a farmhouse and get help. My mom doesn't remember being ejected. Before this year, she told me about the story before, just the bare minimum that her friend had died in an accident. This year I asked her more about it, because I've always been drawn to Dawn. She mentioned that after the accident, she was put on antidepressants. She experienced glowing orbs flying around her room within the first few weeks after the accident. Since then, she's been terrified of antidepressants. I think the orb was her friend telling her it was okay, that she was safe, and to not be sad. Months after learning more about the accident, just this week, I found a yearbook from the year she died. It was the first time I learned her full name and saw her face. Today I heard a Carpenter's song and immediately wanted to paint. The image in my head was a golden field with a road and canyons in the background. I was listening to 70s music, and then Dawn came into my head. The next song was Driver's Seat Sniff and Tears. The lyrics reminded me that Dawn was driving, so I checked to see the song name and noticed that the time was 11:11, an angel number. The song mentions a Saturday night drive, the blue news. So out of curiosity, I checked to see what night the crash was on. It was a Saturday night. Then the next song that played was Saturday Night Bay City Rollers. The playlist is a random shuffled Spotify playlist called 70s Hits that I've never played before. Now as I write this post, the song Slip Slidin' Away by Paul Simon plays. It feels eerie, like she's communicating with me. I opened my mind to her, and I feel immensely sad for her. I found out that I have a guardian angel 3 years ago. I didn't know who it could have been, but now I believe it to be her. The Holiday Maker Ghost. When I was in my early 20s, my parents bought a new house 2 hours away from where I lived. It was a 2-story home near the ocean with the bedrooms upstairs and the living room areas downstairs. After they had settled in, I went to visit them. I stayed the night in the spare bedroom. Everything seemed normal when I went to bed, and sleeping somewhere new has never really bothered me, so I fell asleep easily. I woke up during the night and I heard someone walking around upstairs. The floors were timber, so I could clearly hear what was footsteps walking down the hall and around the stairwell. I checked my phone and it was 3 a.m. I assumed one of my parents had gotten up to get a drink, so I saw nothing of it. Minutes passed and the footsteps continued. After 10 minutes, I got up to see what was happening. Neither of my parents are sleepwalkers, so I wondered if something was wrong. I opened the door to a pitch-black hallway, stood there for a moment, could no longer hear footsteps. I went to look at my parents' room as their bedroom was down the hall and it was ajar. Both my parents were asleep in bed. I assumed whichever of them had gotten up had gone back to bed as soon as I opened the spare room door. So I went back to bed and thought nothing of it. I had trouble falling back asleep. I laid in bed like something was off. I told myself that timber floors creak all the time, so it was probably just in my head, that it kind of sounded like footsteps. As I started to close my eyes, I heard it again, the creaking of footsteps on the upstairs timber floors. I went cold. I told myself one of my parents was awake, and that was all it was. Just go back to sleep. But I couldn't. I heard one of them slowly walk down the hall into the stairwell. This time the footsteps were much louder, like they were stomping. I got up immediately, willing myself to open the door to check, to prove to my overactive imagination that this was one of my parents going to get something. I opened the spare room door and the stomping abruptly stopped. Once again I stared into the pitch-black hallway, although this time I had a gut-wrenching feeling something was staring back at me. It made me feel cold inside. Turned on the bedroom light illuminating the hallway and it was empty. I went to my parents' room, and again, they were both still asleep. I went to the stairwell. I couldn't see anyone, so I started walking back to the spare room when I heard the footsteps now downstairs. I froze, thinking somebody had broken into the house. Ran back into the spare room to get my phone to call the police if footsteps continued. As I entered the spare room and closed the door behind me, I instantly heard loud thumping footsteps upstairs. Hastily moving toward the spare room door, I was paralyzed with fear. The footsteps stopped right outside the spare room door. My whole body was cold. Whoever was in the house was now standing directly outside the spare room, inches away from where I stood on the other side of the door. I stood there for what felt like hours, but I finally got up the nerve to open the door. I held my hand on the door handle and told myself there's a logical explanation. I just don't know the sounds this new house makes. It would make no sense for there to be a person standing in the hallway, waiting at my door. I thought I was safe, but I didn't feel safe. I turned the door handle and looked out into a completely empty, dark hallway. I took a deep breath, closed the door and listened. Nothing. No footsteps. I turned the bedroom light off, got into bed, sat staring at the door. That was until sunrise. No matter how many times I told myself I'm safe, I was still too petrified to sleep or move. No more footsteps. Light finally started filling in through the bedroom window and it was morning. When I finally could hear my parents stir, I went out to talk about them and talk to them about what had happened during the night, expecting them to tell me that it was a creaky house or to laugh off at how silly I was being scared. But that's not what happened. When I explained to my mom that I heard, well, she replied, "Oh, that's the man who used to live here. He walks around sometimes." I looked at her in shock and disbelief. I yelled back, "What the hell do you mean? Like he still has a key and comes into the house? It's insane. Mom, why haven't you told someone? Called the police?" To which my mom replied very casually, "No, honey, he died here. He was leaving for vacation with his wife one day. They had packed their bags and the taxi had just arrived out in the front. I picked up the bags, walked to the stairwell, and tripped on the top of the stairs. He broke his neck falling down, died instantly. The real estate had disclosed to us when we bought the house. What they didn't tell us is that he still walks around at night. The man in the hallway. So let's kick it back to around 6 years ago. I'm around 11 years old. I sleep with my door closed to my room all the time, because I don't like my dog jumping on my bed at midnight, scaring the daylights out of me. No matter how much I love her, but that month, my door would begin rattling as I'd lay in bed. Like something was trying to grab onto the knob or push the door open, but just wasn't strong enough or able to get a good enough grip on it. And it would make my door just kind of rattle back and forth. It would go on for a short bit, but would eventually subside after a max of probably 2 minutes of rattling, leaving me sitting there, like thinking, what the hell? Trying to force myself back to sleep. This is going on for several nights in a row. I bet there were more happenings that I'd managed to sleep through, but I always remembered waking up to the noise and just staring at the door as it did this thing. So I eventually get sick of all this nonsense. I suspect it's my dog leaning, pressing maybe against the door, trying to get in. I decided it was better. Well, better to know that it's her than the fear, wondering, of, losing sleep. I still get chills just typing this out, and this story is the biggest reason I still sleep with a nightlight, and why I believe in ghosts. So that night it's pretty standard bedtime procedure. Brush teeth, make bed, crawl in, nighty-night. And I sleep for a good few hours before I suddenly wake up to a voice whispering in the night. Some real cryptic horror movie bullshit. Kind of like whispering at the end of Gravity Falls theme song. I kind of just sit there. I'm listening to it and I start to look around the room and then toward my open door. There he is, standing there in the doorway, a shadow, the silhouette of a very tall man standing in the doorway that was darker than the darkness around him. Very easily to sort of distinguish just outside my room. I have no idea what's going on and I just ask, Dad? And it stops. Dead fucking silence for a good 3 seconds, as me and it are staring each other down. Then it leaves. It slides out of the doorway to the left and like a fluidness that isn't natural in any way, shape, or form. And like that, it's gone. It's 3 a.m., dead silent. Just me, my bed, and the night. Still scares the shit out of me to this day. Various ghost encounters my family and I have had. I grew up in a pretty old house. It was about maybe 115 years old at the time. It was a 2-story Victorian in Minnesota. It had a dirt basement that my parents had renovated before I was born. My dad was always a skeptic when it came to ghosts. But while he would stay late renovating it, he would get the overwhelming feeling of being watched. One night while installing new kitchen cabinets, he felt eyes on him again, decided he'd had enough and said loudly, "You're gonna like it when it's finished." Immediately he felt calm and didn't have that terrible feeling after that. Once my parents moved into the house, whatever it was seemed to stick around, sometimes causing unexplained noises and such. My mom, being the curious person she is, looked into the history of the house, found a lady named Corrine, and she had died in the house. Along with, well, according to rumors anyway, Corrine had been known as the neighborhood cat lady, took in all the stray cats, and her cause of death was cat scratch fever. I I've since done my own research and I found no proof of this, though. After learning this information, my mom and dad started to somewhat jokingly call this ghost Kareen, assuming she was the one haunting it. One day my dad was watching football, had the TV on very loud. My mom yelled jokingly, "Turn that TV down or Kareen will get you." My dad laughed and said, "She can't do anything." And at that moment the TV turned off and there was a knock at the door. My dad was stunned, jumped up to open the door, but nobody was there. Keep in mind the front door is right next to the TV in the living room and there's a huge wraparound porch. It's also a good 6 feet off the ground. Whoever knocked would have had to go down steps and down the driveway, all of which you could see from the door. Basically, making it impossible. Right as my dad, confused, shut the door, the TV came back on. My mom said he silently walked over to the couch, sat down, and lowered the volume. When I was a bit older, my grandparents moved into the downstairs bedroom. One night, my grandmother woke up to someone touching her foot. She looked up to see a woman dressed in a white nightgown walking away from the bed, go out the door, and up the stairs where the rest of the family were sleeping. My whole family thinks this was Kareen. Another experience happened to me when I was 5, but it wasn't the cat lady. Instead, I woke up to a man standing in my doorway. I stared at him for a second, and I was so terrified I couldn't speak. He looked like he had a bell in his hand, but I still don't know for sure. It was really weird. I called for my dad finally, and watched him run into my room and go right through to the intruder. Never saw that ghost again, and there wasn't a whole lot of notable activity from the cat lady other than knocks, footsteps, and other boring stuff. We moved out of that house when I was about 6, so I don't have any recent stories. However, in 2011, my family moved to Maryland, where my parents' families are. One night, we spent the night at my uncle's house. His house is pretty old, but he also collects antiques, so there's always a creepy feeling to it. Not bad, not good, just creepy. My parents were sleeping in the guest bedroom upstairs while my sister, who was 11 at the time, and I had to sleep in the living room downstairs. From the living room, we could see the bottom of the stairs and across to the library, which has always had a creepy vibe. Right around the corner was the kitchen. It was around midnight, and my sister and I were half awake. Suddenly, we heard noises in the kitchen. This person was moving pots around, putting cabinets and drawers, walking around as if they were making a 3-course dinner. But there was one problem. The lights were off everywhere in the house. We would have seen lights in the kitchen if they were on. We would have heard someone coming down the stairs. But it was completely dark. I whispered to my sister, "Do you hear that?" She just said softly, "Yeah." And that was it. We both just kind of tried to sleep as if nothing happened. I really don't know why we both did that. Thinking back on it, it's really terrifying. Went on for a good 20 minutes of cabinets opening and closing and pots and pans rattling and footsteps moving around. It stopped eventually. We slept through the night without any more events. In the morning, I woke my sister up. I asked her if she remembered anything. She said she did and relayed the events. I had to make sure it wasn't a dream. We still both remember this happening. My grandmother lived, with my uncle for a bit after my grandfather died. She would occasionally hear footsteps going up and down the stairs, and noises in the kitchen, so it's a pretty active house. Jump to 2013, my parents got divorced, so I lived with my mom most of the time. She rented a townhouse that was fairly new. Nothing creepy about it, but I could feel an energy in my bedroom. It wasn't evil, I could just tell something was there. One morning around 5 a.m., I woke up and saw a shadow of a man standing over me. He had a top hat, Abe Lincoln. And I could tell he was staring at me. I blinked a couple of times and he was still there. Covered my face with a blanket and waited a while. When I peeked out again, he wasn't there. Got out of bed and ran to my mom's room. Told her what I had seen. She didn't even look surprised. She said that the owner of the house's sick husband had died in my room. She hadn't told me because she didn't want to freak me or my sister, who I shared a room with. My sister never saw anything in that room. That was the only time I saw him. I still don't know what the top hat was about. So yeah, those are the most exciting stories in my family. Others include my other uncle's house being haunted by a KIA U.S. soldier. And the other uncle, I have 3 by the way, they all have haunted houses. The other uncle whose ghost liked to sing to my cousin when she was a baby and drag furniture across the floor. The Southern Baptist Haunting. I was raised and live in a portion of Tennessee, and it's still relatively rural by an old farming family, of who 99% of the family was Southern Baptist, and all attending the same church. They had for generations. This was a multi-room, picturesque white church smack on the bend of a road miles away from anything other than farms and sporadic houses. The church has occupied that property for 150 years now, and that building had burnt down once around 130 years previously. My mother was not religious and didn't go, so my aunt and uncle were determined to make me into a good little Southern Christian. Clearly didn't work, but I digress. My aunt was the kitchen lady, in charge of dinners and breakfasts, that sort of thing. So more often than not, my uncle would drop us off with supplies to cook and prepare the dining room extremely early on Sunday mornings. We would be having a meal after service. I'm talking 5 to 6 a.m. early. He'd unlock the side door, take the key with him, and leave to get a few more hours of sleep while we worked. My first experience was around 8 years old, and it happened when my aunt told me to go turn on the lights in the building and unlock the doors for the other congregation to start coming in. The dining room's connected to the rest of the church by a long hallway. It had 2 Sunday school rooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 entries into the back of the main worship room. It was like an H-junction, with a tiny library and storage room on the left entry, and a set of stairs to the, baptismal on the right entry. The light for the baptismal was like up a small series of stairs. To get inside the pool itself, you'd have to climb 2 of those steps, and reach around for the light switch. Felt like a hand grabbed my own. Like anyone would, I freaked out. Fell backwards off those stairs and booked it back to the kitchen where I was chastised. See, whooped. For making up a story, I tried to explain the scream and running. That church would try to put in security systems and whatnot, but they never worked right, and every security company would refuse to work with them after a while due to electrical issues. As time went on, I had quite a few more experiences in that building, and now as an adult of 27, around that property as well. A shadow figure, roughly 7 feet tall, staring me down in a hallway one night after helping clean up from a wedding when I was 10. I would see that figure quite a few more times before I stopped attending. Hair pulled repeatedly through that hallway at various ages, till I chopped it off completely at 15. A face of an angry old and wrinkled man staring at myself and 3 more girls from the baptismal pool itself. All 3 promptly never walked in the connecting area again. I had doors slammed from various parts of the building, most often the double doors connecting the vestibule to the main worship room. Saw bright red orb-like lights swinging around in the hallway and windows. I've since seen those lights in the fields around the church when driving home at night in the bushes around 10ish. I heard murmuring often enough that I had to tune it out until somebody else would ask if I heard someone talking. Constantly felt like I was being watched by someone who would love to throttle me. Felt breathing on my neck practically every time I set foot in there. That church was abandoned a few years ago because of some drama that caused the place to shut down. They've tried to sell the building, but nobody ever wants it for as long as, well, pack up and leave with no warning whatsoever. I feel like whatever's in there is happiest when left alone, and I'm grateful I don't have to deal with that mess anymore. Ghost car or divine intervention. In the fall of '98, I started college. 18 years old and fresh to the real world. Had a few night classes that I'd taken because they were offered my hometown. I had to travel to take my other classes. It saved me a little bit of money to do it. One of my teachers I didn't vibe with at all and decided I was going to skip her class. Maybe I was going to go on a road trip with my friends one night. When I say road trip, I mean drive around and smoke weed all evening. We were veteran tokers at this point, so no bullshit or getting sick or scared. We weren't the type to overdo it with anything. We lived in a small town and there was nothing really anything to do, but I don't condone driving while intoxicated. Well, any type. We were young and dumb at the time. But just imagine a place with a few gas stations and a few crappy fast food places. A stop in the middle of nowhere off an interstate that you've never been down with plenty of roads surrounding it. Roads that aren't traveled a lot. Just a lot of old country roads, perfect for not being seen. So after several hours of young guys driving around the back road, smoking joints and telling lies, we decided to get something to eat and call it a night. We were in good shape as far as how high we were. The driver had only taken a few tokes when we first started out on this adventure. We're getting closer to town, and there was only one more huge turn. It's like one of those kiss your ass turns before, the driving got easier. You have to slow way down to come through this one cleanly. Just as we're approaching an early 90s model Chevy S10 type truck, it comes bouncing through this huge curve. This thing's going so fast it looks like a rock skipping on water sideways. My friends and I are in a Chevy Monte Carlo. I'm in the back, sitting in the middle, so I have a clear view of this. The last thing I remember seeing is the truck in our lane and our bumpers inches from each other. My friend that was driving had nowhere to go off the road and was right about 20 or 25 feet drop right into a field. The angle the truck was coming at was turning left. It may have put us in his path. A huge hillside almost straight up that met the left side of the road. The turn broke around this hillside. This was one of those life flashes before your eyes type moments. I could see the ambulance arriving in my head in that second. This was not going to be good. I felt the heat coming off the headlights in my face. I closed my eyes and braced myself for impact. I heard my friend scream, and then nothing. Complete silence. We were all inaudible, trying to communicate but too shook up to get words out. Gibberish and a bunch of loud, "Dude," and "Oh my God, dude, what the fuck?" The car was stopped. I got out to look for the truck. Would have gone off the road. But from the direction we had came, it was straight behind us. We could see a car traveling that way. The truck hadn't passed us and went that way. On the left side of the road was a hillside, almost straight up and not getting up there. We don't see any headlights off the right side of the road even. But being where we live, people used to keep handheld spotlights in our cars and trucks to see deer while bedding down at night. There's nothing off the road to the right, and these spotlights can light up several acres at a time and nothing. No markings on the hillside to the left. No car parts strung across the road anywhere. There isn't a place to turn off for a while behind us. Just a straight road for about a half mile before it starts winding again. It's several minutes before you can turn off into the next holler. So we get back in the car and go as fast as we can. We drive trying to catch up with this truck. At this point, it's for our own sanity to find where it went. We traveled to the end of that road and never saw another vehicle. No one passing us or us catching up to the truck. There were several small houses we passed and no truck in the driveway. We turned up the only holler on that road with 2 small houses and no truck in the driveway. So, we came to the conclusion that, as crazy as it sounds, it was either a ghost truck or some sort of divine intervention, because this truck went through us and disappeared. There's no way that it missed us. My friend in the passenger seat claims to this day that his eyes were open the whole time and says it disappeared right after we should have felt impact. Little boy in nursing home. I work at a nursing home in Corpus Christi, Texas. It's a higher-end one, and it's probably the most expensive one around. I started working here almost a year ago. Since I've started here, I've heard many stories about the little boy. Residents, mostly on one side of the building, they report having interactions with the little boy. The problem is, this little boy, to the best of our knowledge, is a ghost. At first, I don't believe the stories. I believe in ghosts, but don't usually automatically believe every ghost story I've ever been told. The stories I heard were always the same. The kid shows up and is loud. Sometimes there's a girl with him. Sometimes there's a mom involved. But his dad's never around. And sometimes the mom abandons him. My girlfriend who worked here before me said that a resident said that, well, she was adopting the little boy because his dad was dead and his mother was terrible to him. The stories were all similar and creepy, but I still was skeptical. My first direct interaction with the boy was when a resident of ours broke his hip. We were changing him after he had his first BM, and he's in pain. He says, fix this, fix that, just generally making complaints. I say, okay, sir, we'll get on it after we're done helping you. He replies, and can you do something about those damn kids? I freaked out because this man had never been told the stories and was a retired PhD holding professor. He was far from the type to tell ghost stories. And when I probed, he said that they came into his room at night and are loud and leave a mess. This, mind you, is the exact hall that all of the reported activity occurs. My next interaction was a couple of weeks later. I was sitting down that hall with my coworker, had wheeled our resident to the window down a hall to get some light. She was mostly nonverbal, but that day she spoke. She said, "That poor boy." When I asked her to explain, she says, "I'm going to take care of him. Your heart has to go out to him. Dad's dead and his mother doesn't want him." At this point, I should let you know that every time this kid was spotted, deaths started to happen. It wasn't always the people who saw the kid, but if someone did see him, I knew 3 people were about to pass away. If you've worked in this kind of facility, you know that death comes in threes saying is scarily accurate. I've come to the conclusion that I think this kid is actually death. Quite literal Grim Reaper death. I think he shows up as a kid to not scare the residents, and think his story is to make them trust him. I just got into work at 3, and it's 4:28 as I write this. I had another interaction with him around 3:30. My favorite resident moved from one end of the building to the side with the ghost activity. She's sweet and a retired elementary school teacher. She's never suffered from any kind of dementia or anything like that, and, well, I'm walking laundry down that hallway and I hear a yell. I rush in and she's standing without her walker. Sometimes I didn't even know that she could. She was wobbly and yelling to get her wheelchair. She said that little boy was standing there watching me fall and wouldn't hand me my chair. After she calmed down, I asked her to describe the boy. She said he could have passed as either Anglo or Hispanic. He had beautiful skin, but had dark circles around his eyes. His sister was with him. I heard his mother yelling for him to come back after he walked in. I was literally in the room with him, mildly freaked. I'm now just waiting to find out who's going to pass away. Little house in Creston, Iowa. When I was young, I'm talking from the ages of 0 to 6, my family and I lived in this house in Creston, Iowa. I'll never forget the place. It was 2 stories, and the attic was technically 3 bedrooms, and mine was the one up the stairs. You'd go up the stairs through my brother's room, hang a left through the parents' room, and then to the back. Picture a bedroom with slanted walls and 2 windows in the back. That was my room. A bedroom through a bedroom to a bedroom. The layout of this place made 0 sense. It also had a basement that, from a very vague memory, never stopped flooding. Not sure what that has to do with the story, but I'd like to know that, well, let you know what happened in this place. I remember a little road that if you followed it around the back, you'd go under this tunnel and a bridge that supported trains. If you'd look out the side window from the kitchen, you can see a public baseball field. I'm 32 now, my brother's 29. We still have dreams about this nightmare for children. Every night when I would go to sleep, I would see these glowing eyes in my windows. 2 sets of them on occasion, like it brought its frickin' buddy to come peep on this 5-year-old in the 2nd-story window. I would tell Mom all the time, and to this day she thinks I would just be making it up. She gave me the typical mom response, told me to stand up to my fears, and I did, once. That night I yelled, "Go away!" And the body that the eyes were attached to started to frantically try to open the window. I had them locked, of course, wouldn't go to bed without them locked. As soon as the growling and rattling started, I gunned it to my brother's room and the little guy's floating out of his crib. I go to my mom's bed while having one of those throat-dry can't scream moments, trying to push her awake. My father comes walking up the stairs. My brother falls back to his crib. Dad hears him screaming, and he's standing there crying and reaching for him, and he puts us both back to sleep. I didn't sleep. About a week went by that I didn't sleep. Mom invited my grandparents to stay the night. My grandpa was apparently the only one that could calm me. That old geezer made me feel safe, On the 3rd night of his stay, the eyes were back. So I go downstairs to snuggle up to my grandpa while he's asleep on the couch. When I rounded the corner, I could see something black floating up through his stomach and up through the ceiling. He's gasping for air and, begging something above his head to make it stop. I was so freaked I froze. The next morning I asked him about it. He said an angel was patting his head, telling him it was going to be okay, it's almost over. My brother was 3 and I was 5. My grandparents are all passed now, and there's no way we should still be seeing this shit in our sleep by the time we're 30. I want to know if that place is still standing, and if anything else has happened to anyone else who stayed there. I'd just like to know that it wasn't just us. The street address is 231 Chestnut Street, Creston, Iowa. What is a paranormal experience that you eventually found a completely rational explanation for? A year ago, my girlfriend and I had just moved into this nice little studio apartment in Munich. The building had a twin right in front, separated by a garden about 15 meters wide. Our apartment's balcony looked down into this garden. On one end of the garden was a street through which a tram went by, and on the other end was a third apartment building. On the corner of the building in front of the building to the side, there was a small entranceway from a second street and into the garden. This other street was small and had a sidewalk, and you could see only a bit of it through the gap between the two buildings. I explain this in detail since it'll become important later on. A couple of nights after moving in, I was woken up at around 3 a.m. by the sound that can only be described as a stack of metallic plates banging against one another. Or maybe as if someone had put a bunch of cutlery in a bag and shaked it in a very rhythmic fashion. I thought, well, that's odd, and went back to sleep. During the next couple of weeks, this kept happening almost every night, at the exact same hour. I noticed also that the sound seemed to cross the garden from one end to the other. It faded in, became intense, almost as if it was right in front of my apartment, and then it would fade out the other end. Eventually, my girlfriend heard it. She was getting some water, I guess. She became scared shitless, too. After some time, my curiosity became bigger than my patience. At this point, I was even waking up on my own around that hour, sometimes even a few seconds before the sound went by. One night I get up, go into the balcony and wait. A minute later or so, I hear it. I look down into the garden, right as it's going by, and I see nothing. Now, I've never believed in the paranormal before. I'm your run-of-the-mill rational dude, but this got me baffled. I couldn't even come up with one single logical explanation. The sound seemed to come out of nowhere. I then jump over into the supernatural, and the only possible explanation I could come up with is that this had to be a ghost of some medieval knight or soldier or some shit. Full clad in armor and all. I mean, what the hell else could produce a sound like that? The next night I wake up again, wait in the balcony, ready to see the best ghost story unfold before my eyes. Again, I see nothing. I decide to let it rest and just get used to it. But it kept happening, till my patience was again gone. I go out into the balcony another night, but this time I pay attention to the whole area as the sound's going by, other balconies and the roof of the buildings, and then I see it. Through the gap between the buildings and the corner of the garden, I see, for a split second, this dude in a black winter jacket pulling a small cart behind him. I smile to myself and I think, son of a bitch. Then I go back to sleep like a baby. Late night creepy vibes. This happened when I was 18. Me and a workmate were working late. We worked at a restaurant called Valentine's. If you're curious, I'm from New Zealand. Anyways, I was letting out the last customers before closing the night. I thanked them and locked all the doors in the restaurant so we could start cleaning up. It was raining heavily and it was stormy weather, which isn't out of the ordinary for New Zealand. But it was crazy and creeped us workers out because the power and the lights kept flickering on and off. Me and my mate were the last workers to finish up. My mate, being the manager, told everyone to finish up since we don't have a lot to do, but asked if one of us could stay. I offered to stay. We were having a good old laugh and chat, and I would say that we'd been cleaning for about an hour until we heard a massive bang in the reception area. It sounded like a door. A guy came running in asking if he could use the bathroom, and he looked desperate, soaked to the bone, and sad-looking like he'd been crying. So me and my mate said, okay, sure. I thought to myself, I'm sure I locked the door. Maybe the crazy wind blew it open. I went and shut the door but didn't lock it, so the guy who ran in could get out. Me and my mate decided to have a break, so we sat down, started eating, and talked for a good 30 minutes. Then we both noticed that the guy that wanted to use the bathroom hadn't come out yet. My mate went to go check. Said that he wasn't in the toilet, so we kinda assumed he ducked out without us knowing. So I went back to the door and left it unlocked and locked it. Within that few minutes I was walking back to the table to finish my meal, the door smashed open again, and the same guy came in asking the same thing. I was kinda creeped out. I turned to my mate, who was freaked out more than I was. My friend was signaling me to look into the tinted windows that were in front of me. The lights started flicking off and on again, which made it hard for me to figure out what my friend was trying to signal for me to do. I looked behind me and the guy was still standing there. I turned and looked in the window and I noticed the person had no reflection. My heart was racing. I kept my eyes on my friend. We both said we could use the toilet, but my friend is like psychic or has some gift. Said the third time around isn't a good sign that he told me to leave everything. He locked the restaurant immediately. Nothing ever happened after that, but it was creepy. It's probably the only intense experience I've ever had, really. Later on, we discovered that the theme park that's built across the road from the restaurant also experienced things as well. They've had more bad ones where workers would end up sick. Some say it's because it's built on an old cemetery. I'm 30 right now, and I still remember it as if it happened yesterday. Ouija board experience in middle school. I'm currently a 19-year-old female. When I was younger, my mom unwillingly gave me her old Ouija board, the one she used when she was a kid. So around sometime in the 80s, I started playing around with it when I was probably 11 or 12. Anyways, I'd always been fascinated with ghosts and spirits, anything to do with the paranormal. Although I didn't really know much about Ouija boards then. I also didn't know how to properly use one. So long story short, I think as a kid I might have let lots of spirits through or something. Because since then I've had lots of unexplainable experiences. There's always one that comes to mind often. It was around the time I was about to move. Because for some reason, it increased the activity. Anyways, my mom was out to get teriyaki for dinner. I was watching television in the living room. It was around 6 p.m. in the evening. I was laying on the couch, watching my favorite cartoon. This is when I got this feeling of panic. I felt as if something was watching me. I even heard the floor creaking like there was someone in the bathroom hallway. I remember turning down the TV and looking over at the other couch where my two dogs were momentarily sleeping, their ears slightly shifting around. I heard what I thought sounded like a closet door slowly open, and then all of a sudden I heard a loud thump. My dogs woke up and frantically jump off the couch and start barking. They start running for the front door like someone's there. Quickly sat up and turned around, and I was expecting to be met with something or someone. And all I see is my Ouija board lying right beside the rug in the walkway of the living room, which was about 12 to 15 away from the closet. This was over by the bathroom. I remember picking up the board shortly after and putting it back in the closet. Overall, it was pretty fucking scary and left me visibly shaken. After that, I believe it was in 2015 or 2016, I learned how to properly use a Ouija board. The possible ghost that's been haunting me for 4 years. This haunting or unexplained experience has been happening to me for 4, almost 5 years, really. In May, I'm a 19-year-old, and almost 20 years old. I'm a young woman living in the PWN. It started with one of my old houses when I was around 15 years old. Please bear with me, I'm pretty new to Reddit. It was the summer of 2015. I was about to move out of the city and into the mountains with my mom. It was late at night and I was getting ready for bed. The condo we live in, well, it would make me in particular feel very unsafe at night. Specifically the downstairs, which is where the 2 bedrooms were. I'd almost always have these vivid night terrors. In my night terrors, I'd be visited by a shadow man dressed in all black, would slowly chase me around the woods or my house. He'd eventually kill me in these very unpleasant and painful ways. He would almost always come out of this small room behind the washer and dryer in the hallway. That room scared me shitless. It was a small deck cement room under the stairs. I had no idea what it was there for or why. I was sad that we were moving, but I was glad that we were getting the fuck out. I decided to sleep on the couch on my last night in my old house, mainly because my bed was already in a moving truck. I remember putting my pajamas on and heading upstairs with the worst feeling that someone was right behind me. I ran up the stairs, flopped onto the couch, and wrapped the semi-see-through sheet over my body. It almost felt like my heart was about to beat out of my chest. I was petrified. I heard soft and slow footsteps make their way to me. I remember crying and trying to convince myself it was my dog, and shortly after I saw a handprint push into the sheet cocoon I'd wrapped myself in. I remember telling it to go away, closing my eyes and continuing to cry until I passed out. Still to this day, weird things happen in my home. I've seen the same shadow apparition of a tall man, like 6'7", in what looks to be a Western-style hat, with what kinda looks like a duster. He'd stand and walk outside my room in the hallway and whistle eerily and off-key. I've even once had 2 friends who I was FaceTiming. This was in 2017. I hear the apparition and shadow man walk around my hallway whistling. Sometimes he would even mess with my electricity or electronics. Hell, I had 2 perfectly working iPhones. Suddenly they would start acting crazy and eventually end up breaking. One of which I had a 15-second video where I caught the whistling outside my window. I even remember frantically sending it to one of my friends who I'd previously told about the haunting and weird experiences. Sometimes I'd also hear scratching in my walls. Yet there's no room for anyone. There's no rodents either. Recently I've gotten Wicca, so I've been burning protective herbs and incense and such. Thankfully the activity has since significantly died down. But every so often, I still hear whistling in the woods in my front yard, or right outside my window. Even my mom and my animals hear it. I'm not quite sure what this is, a spirit, a demon. If I'm being completely transparent, I got into the occult when I was young, around 12 to be specific. I didn't know what I was really getting into. I met my dad on the stairs while he was in bed. A couple of years ago, I don't remember how many, but I asked my parents before writing this post, and they said I was very young at the time. I had my first paranormal encounter, and the only one I remember that I'm not that skeptical about. Again, I don't remember the exact details. I was very young at the time. All I remember is me going out of my room in the middle of the night, or in the very early morning. It was very dark, so it's one of the two. Standing in our hallway, I live in this 3-story building, if you count the basement. And all of our rooms, my parents' my brother's rooms, are upstairs. So we have this little space like a hallway in the middle of the doors to our rooms. So no matter what room you're in, you can always open the doors and look down to the stairs. Anyways, I was standing in that hallway-like space, and I look down the stairs. I see what I remembered looking like my dad at the top of the stairs. The position he was in was like a crawling-like position. I only remember seeing the top of his torso and his head, of course. And now the weird thing about it is like he was glowing white. He was white like a piece of paper, and the lines on his body that made out the nose and eyes and hair were like a blue-like color. I just stared at him, and he stared back. Nobody said anything. Not even me, I just stared. I think I stared for 15 to 20 seconds before going into my business. I don't remember what I was doing. Maybe I was going to the toilet or waking up my brother. I don't remember. But I do remember checking the stairs while going back, and he was gone. Told it to my parents the next day. My dad told me he didn't leave the bed that night. I haven't slept alone in 3 years, but I've no idea what I'm sharing my bed with. I swear, I've been a paranormal magnet since I exited the womb, let me tell you. I have an entire notes section in my phone of experiences that I can remember. Because I have so many, it's difficult to really scare me anymore. But part of this story freaked me out a lot. It started in 2017. The activity in the house started to pick up more than usual that year. So seeing and hearing things just became a part of my day, and never thought twice about any of it. One night in September, I went to bed early, felt sick, and I had plans the next day. Now, I'm not someone who is blessed with the ability to fall asleep instantly. So after about 20 minutes of lying with my eyes closed, I felt the corner of my bed dip down. For context, my bed was against the wall that my door was on, so the end of my bed stopped right at the door frame. Plus, I slept facing the wall. I felt the dip move along the edge of my bed, up the back part where it stopped for a second. Then it went down the door. I was a teenager with a horrendously messy room. I just thought it was one of my parents coming in or something they borrowed, and the reason the bed maybe to not tip over anything. I turned my focus back to sleeping, and I felt the movement again. Still convinced it was my parents struggling to find something. I laid there, but after the third time I realized I never heard my door open. I immediately sat up to find myself alone in my room, with the door obviously still closed. I was freaked out, but felt like shit. I laid back down and I tried to ignore it. It started moving again. But eventually, I finally fell asleep. For the next year or so, at least once a week, I would feel something jump onto the end of my bed and walk around a little before laying across my legs. I could even feel the heartbeat of whatever it was. It would only happen while I was trying to fall asleep. But later it started walking around even if I was wide awake. It would only stop if I turned to look at it. But the earlier behavior, my mom telling me that she once heard scratching from inside my door at 6 a.m. one morning. We assumed it was a dog. My childhood dogs passed away long ago, so I didn't know whose it could be, but it became an almost nightly routine that I soon found comfort in. However, there was one night I woke up to the feeling of a full human laying next to me. The whole side of my bed was dipped down as if something was there. My bed's only a twin bed, so trust me, you feel anything and everything. But I wasn't scared at all and just went back to sleep. A year later, we moved to a new house, and this is where my comfort of a ghost dog was replaced with confusion. It became a nightly thing. What used to be a bit of a walking, then laying down and sleeping with me, turned into constant moving. It was no longer the feeling of a larger dog laying across my calves. It was the feeling of my entire legs plus lower back being pushed into the bed. Some nights I feel like one dog walking, but more often than not, I now feel multiple smaller things like walking around at the same time, usually one by my head and one behind me and one at my feet. Or you could say I feel, let's say, human, for the sake of my sanity. Just imagine someone standing at the end of your bed, putting their hands on either side of your body, and climbing onto the bed on top of you. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about, but okay. My mom told me I should try recording it one night, to see if I could see the bed moving, since I'm the only one who experiences this. About a year and a half ago, while I was watching YouTube on my iPad before bed, I felt it come up. I was laying on my stomach. Without turning around, I grabbed my phone next to me. It was still walking. As soon as I opened the camera, it stopped. So I waited again. When I felt it, I hit the record button, pointed the camera at the end of my bed. It walked for a little bit and stopped again. So I tried to watch the video, but I had so many blankets I couldn't see anything. Gonna try again, but it stopped for the night. I didn't sleep for 3 days starting that night. I was waking up every 45 minutes, panicked. And I mean like heavy breathing, almost crying panicked. I feared falling asleep. Every time I woke up, I would turn on my flashlight and stare at my closet. Yeah, closets are creepy, but I was terrified of it. And I had no idea why. So the next 2 nights I stayed up as late as I could, so the little bit of sleep I did get would be during the lighter hours of the early morning. The fortnight I was completely fine. Slept perfectly fine and had no worries about the closet. I was alone in my bed those 3 nights. I've slept with the lights on almost every night since then. Aside from the quote-unquote dog turning into a human and the multiple smaller things. This is what really made me think, okay, so maybe the dog assumption wasn't correct. I'm not entirely sure if this was related, but I'm also not counting on it, so. 2 weeks later, I woke up in the middle of the night. When I was a kid, I had a weird thing where at least once every couple of weeks I'd wake up in the middle of the night, and I would hallucinate bugs everywhere around me. Throw myself out of the bed. This is my first time doing it again in years. That morning I woke up with a giant bruise on my inner leg. No, I didn't hit anything that night. There was literally nothing for me to hit besides the floor. This bruise was immediately bright purple and blue. Hurt so bad to even lightly touch. It took a good 2+ weeks to go away. Like there's no way I would have felt it. I definitely would have. Sometime after that, can't remember exactly when, I was trying to sleep. Whatever I was doing, I wouldn't sit still. I was getting annoyed. So I said something like, "Yeah, all right, buddy, I'm going to need you to sit down or fuck off. I want to sleep." It stopped for a second. Then there was a loud growl directly into my ear. For some reason, I wasn't scared, so I just laughed at it and went to sleep. Other than the aggressively nightly walking around my bed, the most recent thing was a couple months ago when I was sleeping. But I woke up and I couldn't open my eyes or move. It felt like whatever it was in its human form pinning me down. After a few seconds of trying to violently move my body, I finally moved and I could open my eyes. So that was fun. I have so many other stories, but they're all more just, today this happened. Well, this is an ongoing, more interesting thing, I guess. But maybe I'll share more in the future. Have a good night, guys. See ya. Or a good day.